Welcome to HOJO Radio.
This is Sandy Becker saying, keep cooking with Crisco. It's all vegetable. It's digestible.
The Cavalcade of America, presented by DuPont. This evening, the Cavalcade of America brings you a story about a valiant young woman who braved all opposition to gain a place in the world of science. Stimulated by a desire to promote the advancement of science, the DuPont Company just this week announced a project to encourage graduate university students and young instructors in carrying on chemical research work. This is an expansion of a fellowship plan that was created widespread interest in the educational world. Since its inauguration 19 years ago, the DuPont Fellowship Plan has granted 350 fellowships and 34 scholarships in 33 universities. This year's enlarged plan offers an increased number of awards to help more individuals continue with chemical research projects. 6 postdoctorate and 18 postgraduate fellowships will be available at 18 universities during the coming term. The colleges themselves choose which of their advanced students or young professors shall receive the fellowships, and they also assign the research subjects. The DuPont Company does not even require that the research be done along lines directly connected with DuPont products. In helping young scientists of ability to carry on chemical research, DuPont hopes to contribute towards America's future, thus giving added meaning to the DuPont pledge, better things for better living through chemistry. As an overture, Don Voorhees and the Cavalcade Orchestra play a special setting of Vincent Youmans' ever-popular Time on My Hands.
This evening, the Cavalcade of America brings you the story of pretty, delicate Elizabeth Blackwell, who became the pioneer woman physician of her time and whose ideas influenced England and France nearly as much as they did America. In the year 1844 in Henderson, Kentucky, we find her talking to a friend who is desperately ill.
Do you feel better now, Jane? Breathe quietly. The pain is gone, isn't it?
Mm-hmm. It's gone for now, Elizabeth. You've taught me how to face pain. I even feel brave enough to face death itself.
Hush. You mustn't waste your energy.
Oh, Elizabeth. It's meant so much to me in these days of illness. Your care of me.
I only wish I'd had the necessary knowledge to take care of you properly, dear. Without having to depend on a doctor. I feel so helpless at times, not being sure.
But you have a natural gift for healing, Elizabeth. It shouldn't go to waste.
There, dear. You must not get excited.
But it's wrong. It's a sin, Elizabeth. To be gifted with intelligence and such a quick understanding of sick people. And then let your gift go to waste. I know that to ask for a deathbed promise is unfair, but if you would only try to study medicine.
Very well, my dear. I'll try. I promise you. Now you must go to sleep.
Sometimes the ill and the dying have a clearness of vision denied to normal people. Young Elizabeth Blackwell, teaching school in Kentucky and nursing in her spare time for friendship's sake, received a direct challenge to seek her true vocation. But 90 years ago, medicine was a profession that women could not enter. Or so young Elizabeth Blackwell was told over and over again. 3 years after the death of her friend Jane, we find her in the office of the dean of a medical college.
This is strange. Very strange. I expected to greet a large, domineering type of woman, Miss Blackwell. What do I see? Small, graceful girl. Large, appealing eyes, look of intelligence. I can't find a trace of madness in your countenance.
I think you're almost annoyed with me, sir. Because I deceived you, perhaps?
How do you mean?
Because I sent you that letter from Dr. Dixon telling of the remarkable progress made by his private student in medical studies. But you see, I arranged that the letter didn't mention my sex. You were pleased with the letter at first. Then you were shocked to find that it spoke of a woman.
Naturally. You're the first woman I ever heard of who wanted to be a doctor.
But don't I know as much chemistry as your other entering students?
Yes, but...
And don't I know far more anatomy than most of them?
True, but why in the world did you take this bizarre notion into your head, Miss Blackwell? A woman doctor. Ridiculous. It's embarrassing for me. Because I have no real reason to bar you from my classes. Yet I will not admit you.
You're at least frank with me, sir. 11 other medical schools have invented reasons. Tell me, if you can think of no reason why a woman should not be a doctor, can you think of any reason why she should be one?
That's for that.
Be honest with me, sir. I deserve honesty, at least.
It does happen that yesterday in our dispensary a frightened child begged that the nurse alone should attend her because she was unused to men. But nervous women patients or frightened children are the exception in a man's practice.
Then for them, at least, a woman doctor would be useful, even desirable.
You think to cajole me, Miss Blackwell, to wheedle your way.
No, I'll not beg, as a woman might. I'll speak to you as one scientist to another. When I began this study of medicine, I felt as though I were advancing along a road in which each turn became more fascinating. You know that road to knowledge because you followed it yourself, Dean Worth.
Yes, I know the feeling you describe.
Then admit me to your classes. Give me the chance to win a diploma with other real students.
Stand up for a moment, Miss Blackwell.
Stand up? Certainly, but why?
Your small stature's against you. Still, your manner's straightforward enough. Oh, but that mop of hair. You'll have to shave it, I fear. No wig would stay on your head otherwise.
What in the world are you talking about?
You'll have to wear a wig in my classes.
Oh,
Wig, waistcoat, tie, and shirt. And you'll buy yourself trousers, Miss Blackwell.
you mean you want me to dress like a man?
On this application blank, you will write Edward Blackwell. For the next 2 years, you will be Mr. Blackwell, not Miss. And you may graduate with the rest of my students.
Oh.
What's the matter?
I won't do it.
But you've just begged me for the privilege.
I want to be a doctor. I cannot be turned from medicine to play acting. I shall find someone broad-minded enough to let me enter his college as a woman. And I'll enter your profession flying my own colors. Good day, Dr. Worth.
Elizabeth Blackwell had made up her mind. Finally, by repeated effort, she got herself admitted to a small medical college at Geneva, New York. But prejudice, the enemy that every pioneer in science or medicine must meet, soon brought misery to Elizabeth's daily life. A year and a half later, in the small Geneva boarding house where she keeps a room, Elizabeth hears a knock at her door.
Oh. Good evening.
I'm Maribel, the new girl in the house. I suppose you're surprised to see me. I just made some cocoa, and I thought perhaps you might like to have some. I brought a cup for you.
Why, thank you. But I doubt if your mother would want you to speak to me.
She doesn't. Oh, but she's out tonight. Does anyone in the boarding house ever speak to you?
No. And usually they draw their skirts aside when I pass.
Could I come in and look at your room?
But if your mother doesn't want
I do
you...
wish you'd let me.
Why, certainly.
Goodness, it's just like any other girl's room, isn't it? Why did you come to Geneva College? Were you disappointed in love?
It's never struck anyone, I suppose, that the reason I want to study medicine is because I like medicine.
Seems like a funny reason for a woman.
Since you're on a tour of inspection, since you're the first person in Geneva to call on me in this year and a half, I should show you everything, shouldn't I? Well, look closely. These are my books that I study every night. These are my 3 dresses, all black, so I'll be as little noticed as possible, and people can't say I'm flaunting myself. And these are pictures of my dear family. This one of my little sister. She wants to study medicine, too. But I must find a way without telling her what I've been through to persuade her not to do it.
Oh, you surely won't do that.
Why not?
Because I'm sure if you can be a doctor, she could, too. I've admired you so long, Miss Blackwell. You think I came to your room to be mean. Honest, I didn't. I've watched you go along the street with your head held high, not looking to the right or left at the silly people laughing. And I thought you were wonderful.
Did you?
Yes. Oh, don't give up. Your little sister looks to be about my age.
Yes.
Please let her study medicine, too, if she wants.
Maribel? Maribel?
Oh, there's my mother. I must go.
Yes, run quickly. She isn't upstairs yet.
Miss Blackwell, I can't come to see you again, but I'll come to commencement, and I'll applaud for you.
You funny child. You can't applaud at commencement.
Maribel?
I'll applaud anyway. You'll see. Good night.
Elizabeth Blackwell stayed with her chosen work and in 2 years' time had earned the right to a medical diploma. The day she was to receive it, London, New York, and Philadelphia noted the fact with astonishment. As for Elizabeth herself, she sat in the packed hall of Geneva College, half dazed by realization that a landmark on her weary road would soon be passed. In the gallery of the school, Maribel, her mother, and some other women are watching.
When I get in here, please, pardon me. Pardon me, ma'am. I'm late getting into this here ceremony. Would you please find out the female medical students?
That's her, sitting right in front of the platform. Her brother is sitting beside her. She'll get her diploma when the organ stops playing.
She looks sweet in that black silk.
Sweet Maribel, little hussy, sitting there just as high and mighty as if everybody in the place wasn't staring at
Hush,
her.
Mother. They've only let strangers into the balcony on condition that we keep still.
She's used to having tongues wagging, that girl. I'm glad that up to the day she's graduating, not a woman in this town has spoken to her.
Seems kind of harsh somehow. She's an awful little thing, ain't she?
She's little, but she's funky. And, Mother, I bet someday it won't be a bit funny for girls to go into medicine or law or anything. It's a way to earn a living.
Hush, Maribel. I'd rather be dead in my grave than have you trying to earn your own living.
It's time now. She's going up on the platform.
Oh, look at her.
She's going to get her degree.
Ladies and gentlemen, now we come to the most unusual ceremony of this commencement day. The most unusual in the history of Geneva College. I am glad to see that so many of our friends among the townspeople are present to witness this happy occasion. Miss Elizabeth Blackwell, please step forward.
Look at her, so stuck up.
Elizabeth Blackwell, I hereby confer on you the degree of Doctor of Medicine, and I offer, with this diploma, the heartfelt congratulations of the faculty.
Sir, I thank you. It shall be the effort of my life, with the help of the Most High, to shed honor on my diploma.
Oh, Mother, isn't she splendid?
Maribel, you mustn't applaud. Hush.
She started everybody to applaud. Reckon I ought to do it myself.
Maribel, stop. Nobody's ever applauded at a commencement before.
I'm glad I started it. Maybe it makes her feel better. She knows now that even some of the folks that laughed at her are taking their hats off to her.
Although she had received her diploma, more tribulations were to face Elizabeth. After a few months of graduate study in Paris, she suffered a misfortune endured by many medical scientists. She contracted a severe infection. We find her in a room in a Paris hospital.
La jeune américain?
Ici, monsieur le docteur. Elle est souffrante un peu ce matin. Miss Blackwell. Miss Blackwell.
Yes, nurse.
You have a visitor. Most important. Dr. Fouquet.
Dr. Fouquet. To see me.
Do not disturb yourself, mademoiselle. Nurse, I speak with her alone.
Mais oui, monsieur le docteur.
Sure. I hear everywhere of the young American girl who is to be a doctor, and then I do not find her until she is flat on her back in my hospital, with her eyes very sick.
Yes, they told me. I have a purulent ophthalmia. It may have been my own fault.
No. You are a meticulous student, they tell me. You clean your instruments. You use your hands with finesse. Let me look under the bandage. Here. Quiet now.
I can hold quiet if you lift it.
Bon, good. Yes. This eye will recover. It will get well.
You mean the other one won't get well?
C'est ça. Pas de chance. Yeah. Are you crying? You dare not even cry with those eyes.
I won't cry. But my doctor told me that it would get well. He said...
Pay no attention to him. I am Fouquet. No one in Paris argues with me.
But why did my own doctor...
He thought, she's a woman. Impossible to face her with a fact.
Then are you trying to tell me that all my future is gone?
For you, surgery is gone. But there are other fields in medicine. All I try to find out is what you mean to do when you leave here.
I want to be a doctor.
You still want it? Even disfigured? With fear of more accidents?
I couldn't be interested in anything but medicine.
Grâce Dieu. Good. Now I feel good all day. I feel as proud as if one of my own staff had done a brave thing.
Dr. Fouquet, s'il vous plaît.
Je viens. I must go now. I am the busiest doctor in all Paris.
And the best one, too. Thank you for coming, Dr. Foucault.
Oh, no thanks to me. I was curious. I wish to see this innovation that comes to us from a new country. A femme docteur. As a Frenchman, I have admired beautiful women. As a clever man, I have liked witty ones. But as a doctor...
Are you taking my pulse, sir?
I am kissing your hand. You will allow that tribute to courage, Mademoiselle la Docteur Elizabeth Blackwell?
Though partially blind, she studied in Paris, then in London, and then, confident in her preparation, she returned to New York to begin her practice. Many a young doctor finds this period the most difficult in his life. For Elizabeth Blackwell, it was twice as hard. Desperate, she started a physical culture class for young ladies. One afternoon, Elizabeth finishes directing their exercises and walks into her office, where Maria Zakrevska, another woman doctor whom she knew in Europe, greets her.
Hello, Elizabeth. I took the liberty of waiting in your office since you are busy.
Sit down, Maria.
Ah, you're tired today. Was the class trying?
Oh, they're nice girls. They're intelligent. But a physical culture class. It's ridiculous to have to teach the most elementary health rules to women of 23 and 4. They ought to know these things from childhood.
Well, when enough women get into the medical profession, they'll teach other women sane living.
Maria, we're not in the medical profession. Both of us are qualified to be doctors, but we have no more chance of using our training than if we'd never opened a book or performed an operation. We're waste material.
No, we're not that. We are pioneers. That's why we are lonely.
What is this awful, stupid, falsely moral disapproval that people visit on us? It isn't fair. Well, I expected it in medical school. After all, I might have been a little flirt looking for entertainment in a college full of men, but now I've worked and slaved. I was ill so long in Paris. I thought I'd proved myself.
How many patients have you had this week?
None.
Well, since the city won't let us into their dispensaries, the only chance for us is to start a dispensary of our own. Is there any encouragement from anyone to whom you have written?
No one. Here, I found this article in a journal today, offering advice on our project. Read it.
Let me see. If there were any accidents in the woman's hospital, the trustees would be blamed. The death certificates would not be recognized. Only low people would come to such a hospital. My heavens, it goes on like that for a whole column.
In my mood this afternoon, I see no future ahead of me at all.
Hey, young ladies, don't you ever open your door?
Oh, good day, folks.
For a moment, we thought you were a patient.
No, not me. I'm sound as a chestnut, but I got a letter here. Looks mighty important.
Oh, thanks. Oh, it is important. It's from the Reverend Henry Ward Beecher. You know, Maria, he's the famous minister in Brooklyn.
Oh, yes.
Oh, dear, hearing from him so quickly must mean that his committee for charitable projects didn't even consider helping me.
Well, sorry if it's bad news. Better luck next time. Good day.
Well, open it anyway, Elizabeth.
But as long as they didn't answer, I dared to hope. No. Wait. It says... I can't believe it. Read it, Maria.
A hospital modeled entirely on the plan you outline. A dispensary that may have men trustees for the financial backing, but that will provide a staff of women medical experts. The intelligence and application of American women in medicine must not be wasted in idleness. Elizabeth!
Let me see it again. Who's to find us some money? Oh, here. Here, the Society of Friends. And the Reverend Ting.
Yes.
And the Reverend Henry Ward Beecher.
Elizabeth, you are despairing of the future. Complaining because your gifts were going to waste. Here, write them in acceptance at once.
Maria, we'll work for this dispensary. For its future. As no women ever worked for anything before.
Elizabeth, you aren't going to cry.
No. A doctor in Paris said I wouldn't ever dare to.
Years of worthwhile effort found their response in the public mind. a group of prominent New Yorkers helped Elizabeth Blackwell to found the New York Infirmary and College for Women and Children, which still exists today as one of the finest institutions of its kind. But the influence of Elizabeth Blackwell was not to end on this continent nor in her lifetime. Invited to England, she advised in the opening of medical courses for women and on the opening of hospitals for women. Today in the United States, there are over 7,000 licensed women physicians, establishing a record of medical service to their fellow citizens. The Cavalcade of America salutes these professional women through one of their valiant leaders, Dr. Elizabeth Blackwell.
Young people often protest that America's frontiers are gone, that there are no strange new lands left to explore. They complain that adventure is a thing of the past. It is true that America's geographical frontiers are gone. The plains, where the bones of buffaloes once bleached, are now dotted with flourishing cities and productive farms. But today America faces a marvelous new frontier, holding far more promise for human good than mere unpeopled stretches of wilderness. Today's frontier is the vast, unexplored domain of science. Scientific research offers those who would be modern pioneers all the adventure that comes with seeking unknown things, all the thrills that come with discovery. And those engaged in research find inspiration in the knowledge that their work contributes to the welfare and happiness of mankind. With each triumph of the laboratory, the world takes another forward step. Among the pioneers who are helping to build our modern civilization are the research chemists. From their excursions into the realms of atoms and molecules come discoveries that serve you every day. Chemical products, such as refrigerants and cellulose film to protect your food. Fast dyes and man-made yarns for better clothing. Cleanable fabrics and soapless soaps for your home. Better medicines and X-ray film to help guard the health of your family. Think, for example, of chemistry's contribution to the modern car. Safety glass, improved oil. Minutemen of the Air, a story of amateur radio operators and their contribution in time of national disaster, will be the subject of the broadcast when next week at this same time, DuPont again presents The Cavalcade of America. This is the Columbia Broadcasting System.
In every Chevrolet showroom across America, more and more people are looking at the car that's just out and just wonderful, the 1957 Chevrolet. Some are looking at Chevrolet's daring new front-end styling, the bold new grille, big, beautiful sloping hood. Some are looking at Chevy's handsome new rear end with high-fashion fenders and fresh new design. Everyone's enthused about the new color-fashioned interiors and the sleek command post instrument panel. And the biggest news of all, Chevrolet's fuel injection. The greatest engine advance.
HOJO Radio, we're your old-time radio headquarters. Stay tuned.
Remember, a Hallmark card will best express your perfect taste, your thoughtfulness. The makers of Hallmark greeting cards bring you a story of intrigue and danger. The true story of a young American agent at Casablanca, starring the young American actor Robert Mitchum. For more than a third of a century, quality has been a habit with the makers of Hallmark cards. They have the pride of craftsmen in their name, Hallmark, Hallmark. That's why Hallmark cards are the kind of cards you can be proud to send, proud to receive. So when you want to send the very finest, look on the back for those 3 identifying words, a Hallmark card. Those 3 words, a Hallmark card, are your assurance of finest quality. They tell your friends you cared enough to send the very best. To be doubly sure, always look in the back of the card you choose for those 3 identifying words, a Hallmark card. Now to preside over our program this evening, here's our regular master of ceremonies, the young Broadway actor and producer, Richard Calmer.
Thank you, Tom Shirley, and good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Tonight, the makers of Hallmark greeting cards bring you one of Hollywood's busiest young actors, Robert Mitchum. You've seen him in the story of G.I. Joe, Till the End of Time, and Undercurrent, and now you're going to hear him in a very different kind of drama. Welcome to Reader's Digest Radio Edition, Bob.
Thank you, Dick. I'm mighty glad to be here. And you know you're right about tonight's play. It is different. And it has the same high quality that we always find in Hallmark greeting cards.
And in your acting, Bob. Yes, tonight's story from Reader's Digest is one of the strangest stories of high intrigue and desperation to come out of the war. Top secret stuff in a world of blackout and suspicion when a false step meant the fate of the Navy or maybe the entire war. The makers of Hallmark greeting cards present Robert Mitchum in We Were Expecting You at the Car. In a pitch-black night in November 1942, the Allied fleet moved silently and swiftly toward Casablanca to open the second front in North Africa. On board one of the battle wagons, 2 young officers whispered together.
Quiet, huh? Yeah, it's awfully quiet. Apparently the Germans don't expect us. No. Do you think there's anything fishy about this quietness? No, I think we're going to slip right into Casablanca without any trouble. Wonder where the German U-boats are. Why aren't they after us? Because they're a long way to the east of us. I know. They're expecting us at Dakar.
The young naval officer who said that had good reason to believe the Germans expected us at Dakar, because he was one of the men who had led the Germans to think that was where we would strike. This is his story. It starts much earlier when he was in Washington assigned to naval intelligence. One day he was summoned to the Office of Strategic Services where Colonel William Donovan himself spoke to him.
You're Donald Custer, eh? Yes, sir.
They tell me you're smart.
I'm sorry.
Sorry? Why?
Well, that'd mean you had some work for me to do.
You are smart.
And I'm lazy, too, sir.
You haven't even heard what the job is, and yet you don't want it. Why?
Well, if your office is getting out, it's going to be dangerous, sir.
And you're afraid of danger?
I'm scared to death.
Good. If you weren't afraid of danger, you'd be foolhardy and bungle the whole thing. As it is, I'm afraid you'll have to give up trying to get out of it, Custer.
All right, sir, but you can't blame a guy for trying.
Not at all. I wouldn't like this assignment myself.
What is the assignment, sir?
We're going to take you out of that uniform, Custer. From now on, you dress in civvies.
Every dark cloud has a silver lining.
Well, you're still in the Navy, but nobody's to know that. You're going on a payroll of the State Department. You'll be a vice consul.
Yes, sir?
Where? In Casablanca.
Casablanca? That's in Africa, isn't it, sir?
Yes. Now, listen carefully, Costa, because we can't write any of this down. There's a German Armistice Commission in Casablanca enforcing the terms the Germans imposed on the French in 1940. Officially, that's their job, and they're doing it. All too well. But they have another job.
Espionage?
Espionage. They're trying to find out anything and everything that they can. But one thing particularly. The Germans want to know, and the German Armistice Commission in Casablanca is trying to learn where we'll invade.
And I'm to try to keep them from finding out.
No, Custer. You're to help them find out. The wrong place.
Ooh.
Yes. Your job is to make the Germans think we'll invade at Dakar.
Dakar. Right, sir. How do I go about it?
That's entirely up to you, Custer.
Well, that sounds like a large order.
It is a large order. Now we'll start by getting the German intelligence to accept the fact that there's a man named Koster in the State Department. You'll be assigned to England first. You'll show up at diplomatic dinner parties, all that sort of thing, until we think it's time to send you to Casablanca.
And from then on, I'm on my own.
That's right. Any questions?
No, sir, I've got it straight. Well, there is one question, yes.
What is it?
If the Germans find out that I'm just kidding them, then what?
Then? Well, one thing certainly, and one thing possibly. Certainly they'll kill you. And possibly we'll lose the war.
Mr. Costa?
What? Oh, hello, Evelyn.
Nice party, isn't it?
Yes, it is. You know, it's amazing to me how you people in London manage to keep up your spirits.
Nonsense. The privations are good for the waistline.
I hear you're leaving London.
Who told you that?
Shouldn't I know?
Oh, I suppose it's all right for you to know. Yes, I'm leaving tomorrow.
For Casablanca?
Who told you that?
Nobody.
Then why did you pick on Casablanca?
Just a hope I have.
Yes?
Yes. I have a friend there. I'm afraid he's in a Vichyite concentration camp.
That's too bad.
Now, if someone were going to Casablanca...
Which I am not.
All right, but if you were, I wish you'd look up my friend and try to help him.
I would, if I were going there.
His name is Freddie. Freddie Werfel. He's Austrian.
Too bad I'm not going there.
Yes, isn't it?
Excuse me, Evelyn, I think you promised me this dance.
Of course. You'll excuse me, Mr. Costa.
Certainly.
Goodbye, and when you get to where you're going, look up Freddie Werfel.
How about that? Oh, Costa, you seem to have the pip. Hello, Sir Henry. I have got the pip. The willies, we call it back home.
Well, come on into the library and tell me about it.
Gladly.
Sit down.
Cigar? No, thanks. Look, Sir Henry, that girl...
Evelyn?
Yes, she knows I'm going to Casablanca.
Oh, I wouldn't let that worry you, Costa. You see, she's one of us.
She's in British intelligence?
Yes.
That slip of a girl?
So don't worry, Costa.
I'm greatly relieved.
Doubtless. Now, there's one thing I think you ought to know before you get to Casablanca.
What is it?
You've got to watch out for General Theodor Auer.
General Theodor Auer.
He's chief of the German Armistice Division. He's the man you're going to have to fool. And he's ruthless, sinister, and intelligent. Be careful of him, Costa.
Oh, yeah, I'll be careful. Say, Sir Henry...
Yes?
That girl, Evelyn, she told me to look up a fellow named Freddie Werfel.
Well, I'd look him up by all means. But the most important thing is, be careful of General Auer.
General Auer.
Yes, Fritz?
A new American vice consul has arrived in Casablanca this afternoon.
His name?
Costa. Donald Costa. Here's his record.
Donald Costa. Yes. 28 years old. Advertising agency executive before the war. Received a commission in the Navy. But then got out of it and became an employee of the State Department. Has been in London.
Yeah, Herr General. It is from London that he comes.
Yes. The question about Mr. Donald Costa, Fritz, is this. Did he use influence to get out of uniform? Or did the Americans take him out of uniform to fool us? What has he done since he arrived?
Went from the airport to the Grand Hotel. Stayed there 1 hour. Made one phone call to the American Embassy. Took a taxi to the embassy. Stayed there only half an hour. Went back to the hotel.
Nothing suspicious?
Just one thing, Herr General. When he called the embassy, he asked if anyone there knew a man named Freddie Werfel.
Did they know a man named Freddie Werfel?
No, Herr General.
Do we know a man named Freddie Werfel?
Ja, Herr General. He is Austrian. He is in one of our camps.
Release him. Bring him to me. I can use Freddie Werfel.
One moment. Yes?
You're Donald Coster?
Yes.
I'm Freddie Werfel.
Yeah, come in. Would you sit down?
Thank you. They tell me you were looking for me.
Who told you that?
Friends of mine at the American Embassy.
Nobody at the embassy knew you.
You mean nobody at the embassy said he knew me?
Huh?
You see, my work is secret. Those who know me are secret workers, too.
That would mean you think I'm one.
That's what I think. Otherwise, how would you know about me?
From a girl named Evelyn?
Evelyn?
Yes.
Well, how is she?
She's very well. But all Evelyn told me about you was that you were in a concentration camp and you might need some help.
So I was released from the camp?
Good. How did you work that?
Bribes.
I see. Well, apparently you don't need help then. That was the only reason I had for looking you up.
No, but I do need help.
Yes?
The Germans assassinated my contact.
Contact?
Yes. The American agent who has been sending to Washington the information that I get from the Germans. I am a spy, Mr. Costa, and I'm convinced you are too. All I'm asking is that you take information from me and send it along to your superiors.
Well, I'm not a spy, but I'm willing to string along on a proposition like that.
Good. Shall we drink on it?
We shall drink on it.
Well, Freddie Werfel, did Donald Costa believe you? Or do I send you back to the concentration camp?
Donald Costa believed me, General. I'll be able to do what you want me to do with him.
Robert Mitchum will be back in just a moment with the second act of tonight's drama, presented by Hallmark greeting cards from the pages of the Reader's Digest, America's favorite magazine. Now, here's Dick Calmer.
Years ago, an American general was offered a fabulous salary to act as president of a large company. But he protested, "I know nothing about your business." The officials of the company replied, "Oh, that makes no difference. All we want is your name." General Robert E. Lee refused the position, saying, "If my name is worth so much, don't you think I should take very good care of it?" Well, the folks who make Hallmark greeting cards have the same feeling about their name. Every card they make carries the Hallmark name, so every detail is carefully planned and carefully executed. We think the difference shows. They're not making just cards, they're making Hallmark cards to express cheer and happiness as thoughtfully and sincerely as you would greet a friend yourself. That's why Hallmark cards say what you want to say the way you want to say it. For more than a third of a century, quality has been a habit with the makers of Hallmark cards. That's why discriminating folks look on the back of the cards they send and receive for the three identifying words, a Hallmark card. Those three words, a Hallmark card, are your assurance of finest quality. They tell your friends you cared enough to send the very best. In the weeks that followed, Donald Costa was busy, but not with State Department business. He was digging up information. The owner of a fishing fleet drew a chart for him of the approaches of the Moroccan coast. A French architect who had escaped from forced labor camps in Germany gave Donald drawings of the German flak towers that he had helped build. But his only connection with General Auer's headquarters was through Freddie Werfel. But Freddie had not been too helpful so far. Donald spoke to him about this one day.
You know, Freddie, this information you've been getting for me, it's pretty sketchy.
It's reliable.
Yeah. Yes, whenever we've been able to check it, we've found that it's true. We've also found that it's usually something that our intelligence already knew.
I wouldn't be surprised. I know just as well as you do that the information I've given you is trivial stuff.
And you say it comes directly from General Auer's headquarters?
Yes, as a matter of fact, it comes directly from General Auer himself.
Oh, that's very interesting. How do you get it?
I trick it out of him. Naturally, he doesn't give away any big secrets.
You trick it out of him. Frankly, I don't believe that.
No?
No. General Auer's a little too smart to be fooled by you.
Now, listen.
No, you listen to me. You know, you haven't been frank at all. You've been telling me lies.
Every bit of information I gave you...
Every bit of information you've given me is correct. Correct and useless. Except the information you gave me about yourself. You lied to me, didn't you?
No.
All right, no. Now, let's take a look at what you told me. You told me that you had bribed your way out of a concentration camp. And you told me that you wanted to give me information because your American contact had been assassinated.
And you don't believe me?
I believe one thing in your story, that you were in a concentration camp. But you didn't get out by bribing anybody. General Auer let you out. He let you out because he knew I was looking for you. And he felt that you might win my confidence and you might get some information from me.
It's ridiculous.
Is it? Then explain this. No American agent in Casablanca has disappeared. No American agent has been assassinated.
You've checked my story, then?
Naturally.
I see.
Well?
I was afraid of it. You're right, of course, but I'm anti-Nazi. I swear I'm anti-Nazi. I had to do what I did.
Or else you'd have been sent back to the concentration camp.
Yes, and they would have killed me there.
All right. Now we understand each other. Now, what's the general's game?
I don't know. He wants me to get information from you.
But you haven't asked me for any yet.
I've been working up to it. I've been stalling him off as long as I can. But he's getting impatient. Listen, Costa, I'm at the end of my rope. If I don't do what the general wants me to do... Costa, I don't want to die.
Can't blame you.
But if I don't get the information...
All right. Shut up. Now, look. What's your relationship with me supposed to be? What does the general think I give you for all this stuff you tell me? Money?
No, you are supposed to be helping me to get out of Casablanca.
Oh, I see.
But he's suspicious now. He accused me of not knowing you at all. He says I've got to prove I'm a friend of yours.
Good. We'll prove it to him.
How?
You know the black market restaurant on the hill?
You're not going up there.
Why not?
Well, every waiter there's in the pay of the general.
That's all the better. You tell General Auer that you and I are dining there tomorrow night. If he wants to see what great friends we are, tell him to be there.
Well, all right.
And, Freddie.
Yes?
Tell the general tell him I drink a lot. Waiter. Waiter.
Oui, monsieur.
No, more wine.
Yes, monsieur.
How am I doing, Freddie?
You convinced me you were drunk.
Listen, if the general doesn't come soon, I will be drunk. Come on, where's my wine?
If the general comes...
I want my wine! Where?
See? The waiter's bringing him to the next table.
Voilà, mon général. A fine table, mon général.
Excuse me, Freddie, old sock, old chum, old partner. Hey, say, waiter, what are you doing with this, man? Will you get me my wine?
One moment, monsieur. I'm seeking the général.
General, say, are you a general?
Yes, I'm General Auer.
Well, I don't like your army, and I don't like your country either.
The feeling is quite mutual. Waiter, will you kindly steer this fellow back to his own table?
Yes, mon général. Come, Monsieur Costa. You see, I have your wine for you.
Well, it's about time, eh? Hey, Freddie, you hear me tell the general off? I heard you.
Well, yes, I open the wine. There you are, monsieur.
Okay, now go on back and wait on that lousy general.
Well, monsieur, if you want me, call me, monsieur.
I'm scared to death, Costa. You can't speak to General Auer the way you did.
Don't worry, Freddie. I know what I'm doing. More wine, Freddie? Come on, let's have another glass of wine.
The general is pleased, I can tell. He's convinced.
All right. Keep laughing, keep drinking. Come on, let's have wine.
Yeah, wine, yes.
I think it's a shame. I'm going to see that lousy general about it. I think it's a shame. What are you doing? Shut up. Will you string along? I'm going to see that lousy general right now. You wait right there, Freddie, old boy. Say, you general.
You want something, American?
Yes, I want something. I want to know what's the idea of not letting my friend out of Casablanca.
The French authorities have to say on those matters.
That's a lie, and you know it. Now, look, General. You better let my friend leave Casablanca.
If I have anything to do with it, he will stay here.
All right. All right, if you want to get tough about it, I'll get him out myself. Freddie? Hey, Freddie. Freddie, I'll get you out of this city. You don't have to wait for a passport. I know where you can go, and you'll be safe. Is he listening? Yes. You think you gotta get a passport. You think you gotta go to Lisbon. You think you gotta go to England. Well, you don't, see? You don't need a passport. I know where it's going to be very, very safe pretty soon. Where? What? Oh, no. Oh, I'm not going to tell you. There's that German general at the next table. He's probably listening to me, and it's a secret, see?
Waiter. Oui, mon général. Bend down here, waiter, as if you were taking an order.
Yes, sir, General.
The American has a secret he wants to tell his friend. And he won't tell him when I am here, so I am leaving.
I am to listen, General?
Yes, listen. I do not trust that friend of the American. He is against us. You listen, and you report to me.
Yes, sir, General.
Yeah, I can tell you where it'll be very safe. The general's leaving. Good. Goodbye, General. Good riddance. Good riddance. Hey, waiter. He's gone. What do we do now? Just what I wanted. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. I can tell you where it'll be safe.
You wanted me, monsieur?
Look, wait a minute, will you, waiter? I gotta tell my friend something. Now, Freddie, listen. You don't have to go to Lisbon. You don't have to get a passport. All you got to do is to get permission to go to... Is the general gone? Hey, waiter, is that general gone?
Yes, sir.
Good, then he can't hear me. Now, Freddie, listen. You go to Dakar. Get permission to go to Dakar. Dakar, yeah. I happen to know that this fall, Dakar is going to be very safe for anti-Nazis. Hey, waiter.
Yes, monsieur.
Get us some rare wine, will you? None of the stuff you've been giving us. Come on, get us some rare wine.
The stock is very low, monsieur. If the gentleman wants some rare wine, I'll have to see the boss about it.
It's all right. That's what I want you to do. You go see the boss.
Quiet, huh, Custer?
Yeah, it's awfully quiet.
We ought to start bombarding pretty soon.
Yeah.
This place we're invading, this Casablanca, wonder what it's like.
You know, I was there once. Not long ago.
Did you like it?
I was scared to death every minute I was there.
That's the bombardment.
This is it.
This is an outrage.
That's all right, boys. You just leave the general here with me. He'll cool off. Yes, sir. Well, General, I'm afraid I'm going to have to ask you a few questions.
What is the meaning of this? What are you Americans doing here? We were expecting you at Dakar.
Yeah. Yes, I know, General. I know you. I enjoyed the role, Dick. I really enjoyed it. But to tell you the truth, I'm still scared. You know, I wonder if the man who pulled off that trick will ever find life as exciting as that again.
It may not be exciting, but it's still tough. You know, we have a great many men in the armed forces today, here and abroad, and the Red Cross continues to provide recreation for those men through clubs and facilities throughout the world. They need now $60 million to continue those services. That's why we're saying tonight, give to the Red Cross as generously as you can. By giving, you are directly helping the men now serving in the armed forces overseas and at home.
You know, Dick, that makes you stop and think. The men in the armed forces today are simply carrying on the job that was begun at Dakar and Okinawa and Normandy Beach.
Yes, it's too easy to forget those names.
Yeah, and the men who went first. Now, that hit me the other day when I came across a poem in the Reader's Digest. It's the other side of the story, the side none of us must ever forget.
Read it for us, Bob.
It's called Letter to St. Peter by Elmer Dean. Let them in, Peter. They're very tired. Give them the couches where the angels sleep. Let them wake whole again to new dawns fired with sun, not war. And may their peace be deep. Remember where the broken bodies lie. Give them things they like. Let them make noise. God knows how young they were to have to die. Give swing bands, not gold harps, to these, our boys. Let them love, Peter. They've had no time. Girls sweet as meadow wind with flowering hair. They should have trees and bird song, hills to climb, the taste of summer and a ripened pear. Tell them how they're missed. Say not to fear. It's going to be all right with us down here.
Thank you again, Robert Mitchell. Remember, when you want to greet a friend, send a Hallmark card. For whatever the occasion, a Hallmark card will say what you want to say the way you want to say it. So always look in the back of the card you choose for those three identifying words, a Hallmark card. Like the word sterling on silver, those three words, a Hallmark card, are your assurance of finest quality. They tell your friends you cared enough to send the very best. You're cordially invited to be with us again next week at the same time for another fine dramatic program brought to you by the makers of Hallmark greeting cards. If you enjoyed tonight's show, won't you please tell your friends about it and ask them also to tune in for next week's program sponsored by Hallmark greeting cards. At that time, you will hear the true and heartwarming story of a naturalized American. Our star will be playing a return engagement on this program. Your letters have asked for him, and we were lucky enough to catch him between his Broadway and Hollywood assignments, Otto Kruger. Robert Mitchum appeared through the courtesy of David O. Selznick and may currently be seen in RKO's The Locker. Mr. Mitchum was supported on tonight's drama by Kermit Murdoch as General Auer and Stefan Schnabel as Freddie Bertel. We Were Expecting You at Dakar was dramatized by Robert Sanadella from the Reader's Digest, America's favorite magazine. The Hallmark program was directed by Mark Slobe, with music especially composed by Jack Miller. To be doubly sure of the finest quality, always look in the back of your cards for those three identifying words, a Hallmark card. This is Tom Shirley speaking for the makers of Hallmark greeting cards and for your friendly Hallmark dealer. You'll find a wide selection of Hallmark cards at America's finest shops and stores. Remember, a Hallmark card will best express your perfect taste, your thoughtfulness. This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System.
If you want to relieve headache, neuritis, or neuralgia pains quickly, try Anacin. The relief it brings is incredibly fast. Here's why. Anacin is made like a doctor's prescription, contains not just one, but a combination of medically active and proved ingredients. Get Anacin from your druggist in easy-to-take tablet form. Keep it handy. And then next time you have a headache pain or suffer pain of neuritis or neuralgia, take Anacin tablets. For most effective relief, use only as directed. Anacin, A-N-A-C-I-N.
Stay tuned to HOJO Radio.
Now, Anacin, the tablets thousands of physicians and dentists recommend for fast relief of pain of headache, neuritis, neuralgia, and Bicidol mints that quickly rid stomach of gastric distress. Present Our Miss Brooks, starring Eve Arden. It's time once again for another comedy episode of Our Miss Brooks Transcribed. But first, may I make a suggestion that you will probably thank me for someday? It is simply this. The next time you suffer from headache, neuritis, or neuralgia pain, try Anacin. The reason we suggest this is because we feel sure you will be surprised at how incredibly fast Anacin gives you relief. Thousands of people who have tried Anacin say its action is truly astonishing. Anacin is like a doctor's prescription. That is, Anacin contains not just one, but a combination of medically proven active ingredients in easy-to-take tablet form. Thus, in taking Anacin, you are following sound principles. The next time you suffer pain from headache, neuritis, or neuralgia, don't wait for relief. Try Anacin. On this guarantee, if the first few Anacin tablets do not give you all the relief you want, as fast as you want it, return the unused portion and your money will be refunded. You can get Anacin in any drug counter in handy boxes of 12 and 30 tablets and economical family-size bottles of 50 and 100. I'll spell the name for you, A-N-A-C-I-N. Well, there are many reasons why our Miss Brooks, who teaches English at Madison High School, and her landlady, Mrs. Davis, get along so well. Having lived together for many years, they've developed a system of cooperation that begins the first thing in the morning.
Yes, we do everything on schedule. At 7 o'clock sharp, the alarm goes off in Mrs. Davis's room. She gets up, brushes her teeth, and promptly at 7:10 comes into my room and wakes me up. I hop out and brush my teeth, and then at 7:20, I walk into Mrs. Davis's room and wake her up once more. Then she combs her hair, slips on a house dress, and by 7:30, she's all ready to dash in and get me out of bed again. But by 7:40 or so, when we sit down to breakfast, we're both as chipper as two larks, eager, bright-eyed, and ready to face the new day. Take last Friday morning, for instance, when Mrs. Davis set my plate before me. Her first words were,
Connie, wake up and eat your eggs.
Huh? Oh, I'm wide awake, Mrs. Davis.
Good. Then get your chin out of your tomato juice and eat.
I'm pretty hungry now that I'm up. This juice is good. Feels nice and cool on my chin. Now I'll just do a job on these scrambled eggs. They seem a little different today. Oh, where did you get these eggs, Mrs. Davis?
Now, Connie, you're just not used to powdered eggs.
Powdered eggs?
The grocer assured me that we'd never be able to tell them from the genuine article.
He's right. They taste just like real powder. Well, I'll settle for toast and coffee. Pass the butter, please, Mrs. Davis.
Certainly, dear. But it's margarine.
Margarine?
Yes, it's quite a bit cheaper than butter.
Oh, I see.
Here, care for a part of the paper, dear?
No, I'll just eat a big lunch. Oh, you mean to read? Yes, thanks.
I know the breakfast isn't what it should be today, Connie, but frankly, it was my way of hinting that it's difficult to make ends meet.
I know, Mrs. Davis. I owe you 8 weeks back rent now.
It'll be 9 tomorrow. I don't like to dun you, dear, but I've got to raise $50 by next week or lose all my living room furniture.
But you own that furniture outright, Mrs. Davis. You made the last payment 2 months ago, don't you remember?
Certainly, dear. But then last month I had to have the roof repaired.
So?
So I borrowed on the living room furniture.
This is getting pretty involved, but since it's my fault that you don't have the money, I'll try to get it for you someplace. Maybe Mr. Conklin will advance it to me.
Well, that's very considerate, dear. Things could be worse, I suppose. Look at this story in the newspaper, the 3rd robbery in this vicinity in a week. Last night in the next block, a house was robbed by cat burglars.
Cat burglars? Who did they rob?
Mr. and Mrs. Katz. My goodness, some people have all the luck.
Luck?
Why couldn't they have broken into this house while we were out? I could have collected enough insurance to pay what I borrowed on the furniture and get some new stuff besides.
Well, that's no way for you to think, Mrs. Davis. After all, that must be Walter Denton to drive me to school.
Oh, dear. Do you suppose he's got a big appetite this morning?
That's like asking if John L. Lewis has eyebrows. Come on in, Walter.
I'll set a place for him.
Top of the morning, gracious ladies.
And the rest of the day to yourself, Barry Fitzgerald. We haven't much to offer today in the way of breakfast, Walter,
Well,
but...
what's wrong with the stuff on this platter? I'll just help myself to a plateful, if I may.
Certainly you may, dear. Here's a knife and fork.
Oh, this is delicious.
You like it?
Oh, sure I like it. Oh, this is one of my favorite dishes.
You know what it is?
Well, I ought to know what it is. I've been eating it since I was 4 years old.
You have?
Well, sure. No, I don't want to sound like a connoisseur or anything, but these are absolutely the best hominy grits I ever had.
Hominy grits?
Yes, doesn't Mrs. Davis prepare them wonderfully, Walter?
If you'll excuse me a moment, I'd better clean up the kitchen.
I thought you had. I mean... I'll see you later, Mrs. Davis.
Yeah, see you later, Mrs. Davis. Well, now that we're alone, Miss Brooks, I'd like to ask a favor of you. It's in connection with Harriet Conklin.
What about Harriet Conklin?
She's broken 3 dates with me this week, and she won't tell me why. Now, Miss Brooks, you're a woman. Warm, attractive, desirable.
Have some more hominy grits. I mean, go on, Walter.
Well, being the kind of person you are, you can ascertain better than I how another such person would act toward a person like myself if a third person entered such a person's life.
From the adage, one man's meat is another man's person. Look, Walter, I've got to see Mr. Conklin this morning about getting an advance. So if Harriet's around his office, I'll try to find out whether or not there's a new romantic interest in her life.
Wonderful, Miss Brooks. How do you propose to accomplish this?
In a very devious, feminine, and mysterious fashion, Walter.
How?
I'll ask her.
But, Daddy, just because you and Mother are going to be away until tomorrow doesn't mean someone has to stay over with me. Well, I think it's ridiculous.
Silence, Harriet. After the years we've been married to one another, your mother and I ought to be better judges of what is ridiculous. What I mean is we have better judgment in these matters.
But just because of a few silly holdups in the other end of town, well, honestly, I was too ashamed to even tell Walter Denton why I couldn't go out with him all this past week.
Ashamed? With gangs of hoodlums roaming the streets? I want your mother's mind to be at ease about you tonight. She's worried enough about that emergency call from your grandmother as it is.
Oh, there's nothing really wrong with Granny. She's just lonesome. And, Daddy, you must look at my side of this. Why, here I am, a 16-year-old girl, and you want to get me a babysitter. Why, if any of the kids at school find out about this, they'll laugh me right out of Madison.
Well, don't worry about that. I'll giggle you right back in. Now then, it's just a question of whom to persuade to stay over with you. I'd like someone dependable and reliable, someone who could think fast in an emergency. Who is it?
It's Miss Brooks, sir.
I may have to settle for less. One moment, Miss Brooks. Now then, Harriet, to avoid any unnecessary discussion, you will kindly leave through my inner office.
But, Daddy, won't...
March, Moppet! Come in, Miss Brooks.
Good morning, Mr. Conklin. I know you're busy, so I'll come right to the point. I have a favor to ask.
Now, isn't that a coincidence? I, too, have a favor to ask. Well, you know what I always say, one hand washes the other.
Yes, I know, but the last time you said it, my hand didn't even get into the basin. What I wanted to ask you, sir, was
Later, Miss Brooks. Mine is by far the more pressing business at the moment. No doubt you heard of the recent robberies round town?
Yes, I have, Mr. Conklin. I don't like to sound redundant, but just last night, cat burglars robbed the Katzes.
Yeah. Disgraceful.
Nobody knows where they'll strike next. Now, it so happens that my wife and I have to be out of town tonight, and we want someone to remain in our home with Harriet.
Well, I'd like to help you out, sir, but tonight is Friday.
Thank you for a most illuminating prognostication.
What I mean is I have a previous engagement, sir, with Mr. Boynton.
For the sake of your principal's peace of mind, Miss Brooks, a mere social engagement can easily be broken.
But, Mr. Conklin, he'd be very disappointed and... Oh, wait a minute, I've got an idea. Maybe Mr. Boynton could spend the evening with me over at your house.
At my house?
Well, I'm only suggesting it in case of an emergency, Mr. Conklin. I was thinking of Mr. Boynton's good right arm.
Since when have you become partial? No, Miss Brooks, I'm afraid you won't have any time for Mr. Boynton. It just happens I have a long report to the board, which I expect you to type out for me in triplicate.
A report?
Yes, and I'll need it as soon as I return. So you see, Miss Brooks, Mr. Boynton would just be in the way.
But, sir,
Miss Brooks, I can't tell you how much I appreciate your coming in here and volunteering for this assignment.
Think nothing of it, Mr. Conklin. I don't. What about my favor? Remember, one hand washes the other?
Oh, we must get around to your favor by all means. Please be sure to remind me of it next week.
Mr. Conklin.
I said next week, Miss Brooks. Now, I'm quite busy, so that will be all. Miss!
Yes, sir. Here we go again, me and my unwashed hands. Well, of all the nerve. Forcing me to break a date because he has to leave town.
Oh, Miss Brooks, I've been waiting until you got out of Daddy's office to talk to you.
Well, if it isn't my little roommate. What's up, Harriet?
I knew Daddy would hook you into staying over at our house tonight, but you've got to promise me you won't breathe a word of it to a soul. Oh, golly, if anyone heard I needed a babysitter, why, I'd die of shame.
But what'll I tell Mr. Boynton when I break my date with him?
Well, just tell him it's a secret. Please, Miss Brooks, it's vital.
All right, Harriet, I won't say a word about it.
Will you take an oath on that?
In blood, Harriet. And I know whose blood I'd like to use.
Friends, if you suffer from acid indigestion, I hope you didn't miss reading this wonderful news. A headline that says, New mints, medically proven, quickly rid stomach of gastric distress. That headline is talking about new Bicidol mints. Doctors recommend Bicidol mints because the Bicidol medication acts at once to make painful acid harmless and give you fast 5-way relief. 1. Speeds relief from gas. 2. Sweetens your breath. 3. Gives complete, longer-lasting relief than baking soda. 4. Relieves stomach upset from too much eating, drinking, smoking. 5. Lets you sleep when acid indigestion strikes at night. So don't suffer acid indigestion, heartburn, or gastric distress from excess acidity. Remember, new mints, medically proven, quickly rid stomach of gastric distress. And remember the name, Bicidol mints. Bisodol. Get Bicidol mints for fast relief.
Well, it was bad enough having to look forward to a night at Mr. Conklin's typing reports. But I faced my most unpleasant task at lunchtime. That's when I had to break my date with a man I hoped would someday make me the proud babysitter for my own babies. It was doubly difficult, since I'd promised Harriet I wouldn't mention the real reason. So when Mr. Boynton sat down at our usual table in the cafeteria, I decided to sneak up on the subject in a subtle manner. Mr. Boynton?
Yes, Miss Brooks?
I can't keep our appointment tonight.
You can't keep it? May I ask why not?
Of course you may ask.
Well, I'm asking.
Well, I'm not telling. You see, I promised the person I am going to be with that I'd keep it a secret.
Oh, so it's that way.
That way? What is that way?
Oh, come now, Miss Brooks. You know, and I know that you know exactly what way that way is.
Oh, you do? Well, what would you say if I were to tell you that you may think you know that I know exactly what way that way is, but it doesn't necessarily mean that I do know what way that way is that you're talking about? If any members of my English class are listening, please don't.
Dissembling will get you nowhere, Miss Brooks.
All right. Then I'll try assembling. I didn't want to break this date, Mr. Boynton, but I honestly didn't think it would matter so much to you.
No, it doesn't. Doesn't matter in the least. Not in the least.
Good.
If you found some other man you'd rather go out with, go right ahead.
Well, that's very... Some other man?
You probably met someone who's taller, more handsome, and with a better personality than I have. If so, good luck to you.
If so, who needs it? That is, you don't understand, Mr. Boynton.
Oh, don't try to spare my feelings. I don't blame you for preferring to drive around in a Cadillac instead of my old Heap.
A Cadillac?
After all, why should a girl waste her time on a poor school teacher when she can enjoy the comfort and luxuries a wealthy playboy has to offer?
Well, that clears up where the Cadillac came from. But, Mr. Boynton, as far as tonight's concerned...
I said it was all right, Miss Brooks. I couldn't expect you to pass up cocktails and dinner and dancing in some swanky restaurant to go out with me.
Well, I'm sorry you're disappointed about tonight, Mr. Boynton.
Well, you'd be disappointed, too, if you had to go to a boring ladies' bazaar because somebody broke a date with you.
Ladies' bazaar?
No, in a weak moment, I promised my landlady that I'd attend if anything unforeseen happened to my engagement this evening. Well, it just happened.
Well, cheer up, Mr. Boynton. The bazaar may not be so bad.
Not so bad. I'll have to work in one of those booths.
Doing what?
Selling kisses, that's what.
Yipe.
Now, if you'll excuse me, I'm going to get myself some milk and wash this all down.
Get two, will you? I might as well be loaded as the way I am.
I'll bring it back to the table.
Here's the dime for mine, Mr. Boynton.
Well, that's all right. I'll lay it out. All the times to get a stand-up.
Oh, Mr. Boynton, will you come over a moment?
Oh, Mr. Conklin. Well, this is quite a surprise. As a rule, you don't eat here in the cafeteria.
I thought I'd live dangerously today. Boynton, I noticed you talking with Miss Brooks, and I thought I ought to warn you. If you're entertaining any thoughts of coming over to my house tonight to see her, dismiss them.
To your house, sir?
Yes. Miss Brooks will be much too busy typing a report for me to engage in any social activities.
Oh, so that's where she's going to be tonight.
Didn't she mention it? With all these robberies lately, I asked her to remain overnight with Harriet, since Mrs. Conklin and I will be away.
Well, what do you know about that?
What do I know about what?
She told me she had a date to go out with a wealthy playboy in a big Cadillac. I've got a good mind to teach her a lesson. By Godfrey, I'll do it. I'm going to drink both glasses of milk.
Our Miss Brooks will return in a moment. Say, did I ever tell you about what happened to my late friend, Roadhog Harry? Roadhog Harry was one of the nicest guys I ever knew, off the highway. He was good to his mother, loved his wife and children, never showed up late to work, never watched the clock. Roadhog Harry was a steady performer in every respect, until he got in behind the wheel of his car. Harry's inhibitions left him in a hurry when he began to drive, or maybe he left them. Roadhog Harry actually believed that every time someone new bought an automobile, it was just to spite him. He drove like that road was his. Peculiar part of it was, for a long, long time, he got away with it. Somehow the police didn't catch up with him. And somehow, even when he crowded the opposing traffic over by crossing the center line, he got away with that. Lived a charmed life, you might say. Until C-Day. Crash Day, that is. Some fool driver came along who didn't know Roadhog Harry owned the road, and, well, it happened fast anyway. Poor old Roadhog Harry. CBS Radio suggests, don't drive like Roadhog Harry. Drive to survive those hot summer weekends.
Well, by that evening, the babysitter brigade had multiplied. I was babysitting for Harriet Conklin, and Mrs. Davis was babysitting for me.
Oh, listen to that wind howling. I'm glad you came over after all, Miss Brooks. It's a great night for a robbery, all right.
Now, Harriet, we said we weren't going to mention the word robbery again. Just close that window near the piano and you won't hear the wind.
All right.
It was nice of you to invite me over too, Harriet. I get awfully jittery sitting home alone with my cat Minerva on such a dark, gloomy night.
I get jittery sitting with Minerva on a sunny day. She just gives me the creeps sometimes. Maybe the cat burglars will swipe their namesake.
Now, Connie, that's no way to talk about Minerva. You know how fond she is of you.
Yes, I know. She won't manicure her nails with anybody else's nylons.
I read where one of the robbers' latest victims suffered a concussion, and the pictures showed 3 huge bumps on his head where he'd evidently been blackjacked.
Don't be an alarmist, Harriet. For all you know, he was just a tall man who forgot to duck when he went into a pawn shop. Now let's change the subject.
Yes, let's discuss something else entirely.
Anybody read any good books lately?
I just read a corker the other night.
What was the name of it?
She knifed her mate. Or, the way to a man's heart is through his chest.
Well, maybe we ought to discuss the robberies again. But if conversation won't help, maybe some good music will. Harriet, suppose you put a few cheerful records on the phonograph.
Oh, good idea, Miss Brooks. Oh, gee, I just remembered. I lent most of my collection to Nellie Miners. All I've got left are those on top of the machine.
Well, they're better than nothing. Let's see some of the titles. Oh, here's a dandy one to perk us up.
What's it called, Connie?
Slaughter on 10th Avenue. Maybe the one on the back's more lighthearted. Oh, sure. Murder, he says. Yes, we'd better turn on the radio, Harriet.
I'll do it.
Trying to determine whether or not broadcasting race results is in the public interest. And now for the local news. Those burglars who have terrorized the residential sections of our city 3 times during the past week have stepped up their pace tonight. Already 2 more homes have been robbed.
2 more tonight.
One of the victims, Mr. George Stewart, a high school principal, was found unconscious in his living room.
How could they tell?
The police have requested that we broadcast this warning. Keep your home brightly illuminated until bedtime. I repeat, keep some illumination in your home throughout the night. If the phone rings and there's no one on the other end when you answer it, it may be one of the gang calling to see if your home is empty. Women especially should exercise extreme caution. If you are...
Miss Brooks, why did you turn off the radio?
Because you 2 are nervous enough without it.
But 2 more robberies tonight. One of them a principal's house. And did you hear what he said about the phone calls?
Well, we haven't had any phone calls, and there's no reason to assume that we will. Even if the telephone should ring, there's no point in getting panicky about it. We'll just cross that bridge when we come to it. Take everything in stride, so to speak.
The cat burglar.
Don't answer that phone, Miss Brooks.
But if we don't answer it, Harriet, they'll think there's nobody home.
Let them think what they like. The announcer said that women especially must exercise extreme caution, Connie.
Oh, I'm scared, Miss Brooks. I don't know what to do.
Nonsense. There's absolutely no reason to get so frightened. After all, it's a... That's funny. Stopped ringing. Oh, well. Now let's all calm down and stop being so fearful. One thing we can do is put some more lights on in this room.
But they're all on now, Miss Brooks.
No, not quite, Harriet. There's a bulb missing in that lamp by the sofa.
Well, we've got a bulb for it right here on the bookcase, but Daddy says that's a faulty socket.
Well, this is no time to worry about Daddy's faulty socket. I'll just take this bulb, screw it in here like this, and... Ow!
The lights. The lights. What happened to the lights?
They're out all over the house. Oh, you must have caused a short circuit.
Where's the fuse box, Harriet?
Back in the garage. Are you going out there?
I certainly am. About 9 o'clock tomorrow morning.
But we can't leave the house in darkness like this. Well, the burglars may be here any minute.
But I don't know anything about fuse boxes, Harriet. Maybe Mrs. Davis would know how to... By the way, where is Mrs. Davis?
Right over here, dear, under the piano.
What are we going to do, Miss Brooks?
Don't worry, Harriet. I know exactly what to do.
What?
Mrs. Davis, move over.
I'm sorry if my phone call disturbed you, Walter, but I've got to know if you've been out with Harriet tonight.
No, Mr. Boynton, I haven't been out with her in a week. But aren't you with Miss Brooks tonight?
No, she's supposed to type some report at Mr. Conklin's house tonight and stay over with Harriet. Mr. Conklin wanted somebody there because he and his wife are out of town, and...
Well, if the Conklins are out of town and Miss Brooks is with Harriet, what are we waiting for?
Please, Walter, listen. I heard a report on the radio that alarmed me, so I telephoned the Conklin's house to see if everything was all right, but there was no answer.
No answer? Well, maybe they all stayed over at Mrs. Davis's tonight.
No, I tried that number, and it doesn't answer either. Frankly, Walter, I'm worried.
Well, now that you mention it, so am I.
Well, just sit tight for now. I'm going over to the Conklins.
But how will you get in?
Well, I'll get in some way and find out just what's happening one way or another.
Well, dark house or no dark house, now that we're ready, we'll give those burglars a warm reception. Are you all set, Mrs. Davis?
All set, Harriet. I can swing this waffle iron like a tennis racket.
If you hit anybody with that, it should be loads of fun for the interns. They can play tic-tac-toe on his head. This skillet I've got is no slouch as a weapon either.
And I've got the double boiler. It ought to be... Oh, quiet. I think I saw something move outside this window.
Battle stations, everyone. He's coming in. He is in. Okay, girls, pots away. When you hear the tone, the time will be 9:31. Let him have it again.
Whoa. Wait. It's me, Mr. Boynton.
Mr. Boynton? I know teachers aren't paid very well, but this is a fine way to pick up a couple of bucks.
You don't understand, Miss Brooks. I phoned here, but there wasn't any answer. So I came over to see if you were all right.
Now, wasn't that sweet?
I hope we didn't batter you too badly, Mr. Boynton.
Well, I'll probably have a few bumps, but I don't think it's...
Just a minute. I think there's someone else at the window.
Yes, it's a big shadow this time.
This must be the real burglar.
Now, don't be alarmed, ladies. Thanks to heaven I'm here to protect you.
Okay, girls, pots away! I got him! Hold his arm, someone!
Miss Brooks, will you kindly remove those pointed knees from my chest?
Mr. Conklin!
This is outrageous! Had a man return to his own home after his car breaks down without being assaulted by one of his teachers?
We didn't know it was you, Mr. Conklin.
Of course, we didn't, Osgood.
We couldn't see who it was, Daddy.
So there are four of you in on it. Miss Brooks, what have you to say?
How about a rubber bridge?
On Miss Brooks, starring Eve Arden, transcribed, is produced and directed by Larry Burns, written by Arthur Oldsberg and Al Lewis with the music of Wilbur Hatch. Mr. Conklin was played by Gail Gordon. Others in tonight's cast were Jane Morgan, Dick Crenna, Bob Rockwell, Gloria McMillan, and Joel Samuels. Be sure to be with us next week for another comedy episode of Our Miss Brooks.
I'd like to say a few words about health. Over 50% of all family colds can be traced to uneven heat or overheating in the home. So protect your family's health by burning blue coal, America's finest anthracite. Then you'll be sure of steady, lasting, healthful heat at less cost. The next time you order fuel, ask for blue coal by name. You don't have to get a full supply. Your nearest blue coal dealer will be glad to send you a trial ton. Phone him tomorrow.
HOJO Radio, where the classics come alive.
The Johnson Wax Program with Fibber McGee and Molly. The makers of Johnson's Wax and Johnson's Self-Polishing Glow Coat present Fibber McGee and Molly, written by Don Quinn, with music by the King's Men and Billy Mills Orchestra. The show opens with So Sweet.
Good morning, Mrs. Murphy. Here's your groceries.
Oh, please don't walk across my kitchen floor. Can't you see I just scrubbed it and it's so hard to keep clean?
Oh, I'm sorry, Mrs. Murphy. Why don't you let me bring you a can of Johnson's Self-Polishing Glow Coat next time I come? That's what all your neighbors use on their kitchen floors.
That's what more and more women use on their linoleum floors every year, because Glow Coat saves in 3 ways. Saves hours of work, saves your hands and your back from tiresome scrubbing, saves linoleum by making it last much longer. Glow Coat is self-polishing. It shines as it dries without any rubbing or buffing. Just apply and let dry. And in 20 minutes, your floors are protected with a beautiful, long-lasting polish. And Glow Coat makes your kitchen a more cheerful room by keeping linoleum colors bright and fresh-looking. All in all, that's a lot of good things for one product to accomplish. Order Johnson's Self-Polishing Glow Coat tomorrow. At this moment, 2 people at 79 Wistful Vista are looking forward to a period of breathless adventure, thrilling romance, baffling mystery, and beautiful, glamorous surroundings. Yes, in a few moments, all this will be theirs, because this is the day when the mailman brings the new detective story and fashion magazines to Fibber McGee and Molly.
I wish that mailman would hurry up. I left Handcuff Harper, the ace detective, in an awful jam last month.
Who's Handcuff Harper?
Handcuff Harper? Why, shucks. He's the roughest, toughest, two-fisted slugger that ever...
Oh, McGee, I wish you wouldn't run around with people like that. Heavenly days, when we have such lovely friends and neighbors, you have to go get chummy with a rough, tough...
Dad, drat it, I don't run around with him. I just sit here in my big chair.
And don't bring him into this house, either.
Look, Molly, Handcuff Harper is a character...
And a disreputable one, I've no doubt.
But he ain't even alive.
Oh, I'm sorry, dearie. I didn't know. Is there anything we can do?
No, I guess not. You see... here's the mailman. Come in.
Morning, folks.
Good morning, Mr. Bagworthy. Did you bring our magazine?
No, just a letter from Mr. McGee from the government.
Oh, government, eh? I guess they're thanking me for being so prompt about my income tax. There's nobody like our old Uncle Sam, is there?
You'll soon know, nephew.
Say, what do you mean by that?
Search me, but he better learn to keep a civil service tongue in his cheek.
Dear, and I was counting on getting this month's fashion.
Yeah, my detective magazine is 2 weeks past. Well, I'll be Hey, Molly, look, I'm drafted.
Say, don't be silly, you're over age.
Yeah, so was Frank Knox, but they made him Secretary of the Navy, didn't they?
I suppose you're going to be Secretary of the Army.
No, I'd be satisfied to be Secretary of Frank Knox.
Now, stop fooling me. You haven't even registered for the draft.
Oh, yes, I have.
When?
Oh, weeks ago. I just got to thinking one day, I just thought to myself, Uncle Sam needs men. I'm a man, so Uncle Sam needs me. So I went downtown and offered my services.
What happened when they stopped laughing?
Don't kid yourself. Nobody laughed. Fact of the matter is, they didn't want to examine me, but I insisted. I says it was my right as an American citizen, I says, and they says, okay, they says, cough, so I coughed, and then I went.
think you're fooling me. Let me see that letter.
Okay, here. It's from the president himself.
Well, for goodness sakes. Order to report for induction.
You betcha.
The President of the United States to Fibber McGee. Greeting.
You get that greeting? I'll bet they ain't that polite to the ordinary guys. Go on, read the rest of it.
Having submitted yourself to a local board composed of your neighbors...
See, what did I tell you?
...for the purpose of determining your availability for training, that you have been selected for training and service in the United States Army. McGee, tell me, this is all a joke.
Why, Molly, you mean you don't want me to go?
Well, if they want you, need you, of course I want you to go, but it seems so ridiculous, a man of your age.
What do you mean, a man of my age? Why, I'm in marvelous physical shape. I'm in the prime of things. Anyway, it's my brains and experience they want, not my gorgeous figure.
Yeah, but your eyesight is bad, dear.
Good enough.
How'd you pass the test for vision?
Shucks, I've had that optical chart memorized since the last war.
Yeah, but you have flat feet, too.
So what? An army travels on its stomach. And you'll admit I got a stomach.
Without a struggle. You're even 20 pounds overweight. Say, McGee, are you serious about this? Do you mean it?
Molly, I was never more seriouser in my life. Crossed my heart and hoped to diet off about 20 pounds.
Well, I hardly know what to say. It's so sudden. Let me sit down and think this over.
Here's a chair.
Thanks. Hand me one of those sofa cushions, will you?
Sure. Which one you want? Daisies Won't Tell or Souvenir of Niagara?
Either one of them. Oh. So you've been drafted, you say?
You betcha.
I'm just struck all of a heap, dearie. Imagine me, a war bride. Again! Are you sure this isn't a practical joke?
Sure, I'm sure. I took the examination, didn't I? And this letter is official, ain't it? Who'd play a joke like that on me?
Mr. Gildersleeve would, for one.
Well, he didn't, and I can prove it. I'll call him up. Hello, operator. Give me Wistful Vista 890... Is that you, Mert? How's every little thing, Mert? It is, eh? What's that, Mert? Brother was what? Shot at sunrise.
Heavenly days, shot.
Oh, she says he always comes home like that. What's that, Mert? Okay, never mind. I'll call later. Well, I know it wasn't Gildersleeve anyway, Molly. He wouldn't have done it.
Same, I can't imagine you in the Army again, dear.
Oh, who goes there? Advance and be ready. Come in.
How do you do, Mrs. McGee and Mr. McGee? I just stopped by to see if you were free to come over for a little contract bridge tomorrow night.
No, Abigail, we can't make it.
Oh, I'm terribly sorry. A previous engagement?
No. I've been drafted, Uppy. Got to leave for camp tomorrow morning.
Drafted? You mean that you've been... Oh, Mr. McGee. You say the most delightful things, really. You drafted? Oh, isn't that simply excruciating, Mrs. McGee?
No.
Dad, rat it, Uppy. What's so funny about that?
Yeah.
Oh, now, please, Mr. McGee, I can't stand it. You had me running home and knitting you a sweater. Oh, my, don't mind me. You go join the army and I'll join the girl brownies.
Now, you look here, Abigail. This is no joke.
You bet it's no joke. And if you ain't got any more respect for a member of Uncle Sam's fighting forces...
Fighting forces? Oh, Mr. McGee. The mental picture of you as a fighting force. Oh, may I simply collapse. You with your flat feet and your bad eyes.
Why?
And your little round tummy. Spectacles. Oh, May. Well, remember my house tomorrow night at 8:30. Oh, Mr. McGee, you fool.
Hey, Molly. She didn't believe me.
Of course she didn't believe you. I'm not completely convinced myself.
'Tis true.
I feel like I would if me Aunt Sarah came busting in and told me she was going to play third base for Cincinnati this year.
Okay, D-Ride. You'll be sorry when I'm gone away, up in camp, dancing every Saturday night with a beautiful Army hostess.
Yeah, we'll both be sorry if I find out about it. Look, dearie.
Yeah?
Look Mother right in the eye.
Okay.
Now tell me, is all this on the level? Have you really been called for the Army?
Absolutely. And I got to be at the station tomorrow morning at 5 o'clock.
Oh.
And I got a million things to do in the meantime. Write these things down, will you?
Go ahead, dearie.
Go to the bank.
Go to the bank.
Return library book.
Library.
Insurance.
Wire
sponsor.
Johnson's Wax.
Say goodbye to all my friends.
Goodbye to Gildersleeve, Wilcox, and Mills.
Is that all, my friends?
Name one more.
Never mind. Now, let me see. Go to the bank. Cancel my laundry. Transfer my prescription.
I have the feeling this is all a dream. The idea of being drafted at your age.
Doggone it, Molly, my age ain't got anything to do with it, I tell you. I'm officer material. I can use a man who has reached the age of maternity.
You mean maturity?
I mean grown up. Besides, think of the military experience I got to offer.
What military experience? You told me a dozen times you spent the last war doing kitchen police for 3 years.
Well, shucks, I couldn't help it.
And I remember that snapshot of you with General Pershing, pinning a potato peeling on your left breast.
A decoration is a decoration. Come on, here's the bank.
Good day, Mr. McGee, Mrs. McGee.
How do you do, I'm sure.
Look, Bud, this is important. I just been called for the draft.
Oh, we don't handle drafts at this window. See Mr. McAllister.
No, he means he's been called for the Army.
Really?
Yes, really. And look, I want all my funds put in Mrs. McGee's name.
The whole $39?
$39.78, careless.
Well, folks, I don't know what the joke is, but sign right here.
There ain't any joke to it. I've been drafted.
All right. I heard they were mechanizing the Army, but I didn't know they were doing it with wheelchairs.
Come on, Molly, let's go to the library.
All right.
Well, hello there, kids. What can I do for you?
Oh, hello, Mr. Oldtimer. Are you the librarian here?
Yep.
I want to return this book.
What book is it, Johnny?
The Rover Boys at Earl Carroll's.
What you bringing it back for? Can't do till next week.
I know that, but I wanted to get everything cleaned up, old-timer. I've been drafted.
Well, I suppose everybody... Hey! You been what, Johnny?
He got his notice from the draft board, Mr. Oldtimer.
You did, eh? I'll bite, Johnny. What's the joke?
There ain't any joke to it. That ratted, why don't anybody believe me? Am I falling apart or something? Am I so old and decrepit as all that?
You may not be old and decrepit, dearie, but the only short pants you'll have from now on will be from drilling in the hot sun.
That's pretty good, daughter. But that ain't the way I heard it. The way I heard it. Shh, be a little more quiet, kids. This is a public library.
That wasn't us. That was you.
Eh? Oh. Well, the way I heard it, one feller says to t'other feller, says, this Bob Hope makes a mighty funny picture, don't he? Yep, says t'other feller, so does Fibber McGee. Look, sneers the first feller, I says makes, not takes. Nothing personal, Johnny, but if the shoe fits, it pinches a little, don't it?
Well, this is an unexpected pleasure. How are you, Molly? Hello, Fibber.
McGee just wanted to come in and say goodbye, Mr. Wilcox.
Goodbye. Where's he going?
To the Army. He's just been drafted.
Oh, he has, eh? Well, that's great, Fibber. That's fine.
Oh, so you don't believe me either, eh? Well, look at this notice, smart guy. Look at that.
See?
Why, say. This certainly looks legitimate, doesn't it? It would have fooled me for a while, too. Where'd you get it? I'd like to have some to send a few of my friends.
Cut it out, Wilcox. This is legitimate. I got it in the mail this morning.
That's right, Mr. Wilcox. I'm practically convinced myself now.
Sure. Nothing like the good old selective service is what I always say.
Ah, sir.
Yes, sir. Like the Johnson Wax products. Just select the service you want and we can fill the bill. Johnson's Wax for floors and furniture, Johnson's Glow Coat for linoleum, Johnson's Carnew for automobiles, Johnson's Shine Up for silverware, Johnson's...
Look, Harlow, this is on the level. If our defense program...
Say, that'd make a swell Johnson ad. The Johnson Defense Program.
Oh, my.
Protect your floors and furniture against those filth columnists, dust and dirt with Johnson's Wax because...
Please, Mr. Wilcox, can't you see he's serious?
Is he really?
I never been more seriouser in my life, Wilcox. Wait till you see me in that old olive drab. And then...
why should Olive be drab? Why doesn't Olive use Johnson's Wax on her woodwork and whistle while she works?
Come on, Molly.
Well, so long, soldier.
Well, hello there, chums. Glad to see you. Have a chair, Mrs. McGee.
I'm sorry to butt in on your during business hours, guilty old man, but I wanted to drop in and say goodbye.
Well, goodbye.
Goodbye. Hey, don't you even want to know where I'm going?
He's on his way to camp at 5 o'clock tomorrow morning, Mr. Gildersleeve.
Really? Why didn't you tell me, McGee? Well, I'd like to have gone with you. By George, I haven't been camping since
I ain't going camping. I'm in the Army. I've been drafted.
Is that so? My goodness, the country must be worse off than I'd realized, McGee. What are you going to be, McGee? A drummer boy?
I guess you'll have to show him the thing with the stuff, McGee.
Yeah. Look, Gildy, if you don't believe me, take a gander at that.
What's this?
That's the greeting.
Yep. The President of the United States to Fibber McGee. Greeting.
Yes,
it is. Having submitted yourself to local board for the purpose. Say, this certainly looks like the real thing, doesn't it, McGee?
What's the matter with everybody? That is the real thing, Gildersleeve.
He got it in the mail this morning.
Oh, come, McGee. Don't give me that.
Huh?
Why should they call a pudgy little twerp like you for service?
Who's a pudgy little twerp?
You are.
He is not.
I am, too.
You are not.
Then who is?
I am, and you can't call me a pudgy little twerp and get away with it. By George, I'll throw you out of my office so quick, you'll meet yourself coming in.
Careful there. That's treason. I'm in the Army now, and if you so much as breathe down my neck, I'll have you court plastered.
Court plaster. You in the Army, eh? I'll bet you think anti-aircraft is Uncle Sam's wife.
I guess you ain't been informed, Gildersleeve, that I was a pretty important guy in the United States Army at one time.
Is that so?
Yes. That's so. Why, when I was in the Signal Corps, I had charge of all the carrier pigeons in the Army.
Pigeons?
I rode a motorcycle and towed my pigeons behind me in a little trailer. Pigeon-toed McGee, I was known. Pigeon-toed McGee, the proud possessor of personal praise from Pershing and Petan for my practical and painstaking projects in placing my pigeons in the precise places to peddle precious plans to the proper people, the personification of persuasion and the prince of personality, perennially plugging for peace without strife, but the rest of them peas are rolled off of my knife.
The King's Men singing Genevieve, Sweet Genevieve.
Oh, Genevieve, sweet Genevieve, the days may come, the days may go, but still the hand of memory weaves the blissful dreams of long ago. Sweet Genevieve, I'd give the world to live again the lovely past. The rose of youth was dew impearled, but now it withers in the blast. I see thy face in every dream. My waking thoughts are full of thee. Thy glance is in the starry beam that falls along the summer sea. Oh, Genevieve, Genevieve, the days may come, the days may go, but still the hand of memory weaves the blissful dreams of long ago.
Here they come, McGee.
Won't be long now.
Oh, my, don't they look nice?
Boy, there sure is a flock of guys leaving for camp, ain't there, Molly?
Oh, and a fine-looking group of boys, too.
Ain't we, though?
I didn't mean you, dearie. Frankly, you don't quite seem to fit into a crowd like this.
I know, but they'll improve when I start whipping them into shape. Hey, I better check in with my commanding officer and then come back and kiss you goodbye.
Oh, McGee, well, it's all so unreal. This has all happened so fast, you know.
Yeah, I know. That's what proves I'm still youthful, Molly. The way I adjust myself so quick to new stuff. Yeah. Hey, wait a minute. That must be the officer in charge now. Hey, Colonel.
Yes?
You in charge of these men, Bud? I mean, sir?
Part of them, sir. I mean, Bud. Why? Is your son going with them?
No, he's going himself.
Oh, I'm sorry, but we can't allow that. Only conscripted men will be permitted to board the train, madam.
Oh, but I am conscripted. Shucks, I've been drafted too, Colonel.
Oh, is that so?
Betcha.
You better get the old boy out of the way, Mother. He's liable to get trampled.
Hey, don't you mother me, you big Logan. I'll have you know that...
Hey, Molly. Ixnay on the upstay. Lay off. That guy's most likely be my boss for the next year or so. Go easy. Now, look here.
I'm sorry, mister. I'm very busy right now. I'll have to ask you to stand aside till the train pulls out. All right, boys, line up, bag and baggage beside the track. You, Anderson, take 10 men.
Now what do you do, Sergeant York? Do you stow away on the train?
Don't worry, I'll get in there all right. Hey, fellas, make a little space for me in there, will ya? I'm supposed to be...
Beat it, Pop. I'll let Uncle Joe in, fellas. He may be somebody's brother. This is the Army, mister.
I'll take 3 pencils and a pair of shoelaces, Doc.
Pipe down there, you baby-faced bundles from Barber College. And you, number 3, button your coat. Pull in your stomach. Hold your chin up.
Horse feathers.
Who said that?
Yehudi.
Who's Yehudi?
Don't tell her, boys. She may be a spy.
Yeah. She looks like not a hurry.
What's the matter with Harry? She's all right.
All right. But wait till I get you guys in camp. I'll drill you punks.
Who'll drill who?
Huh? Oh, hi, Colonel. Hey, these guys won't make room for me in that line there.
Now, look, my good man, you mustn't be a nuisance, you know. If you have a son or a nephew in this crowd, you'll be permitted...
Oh, he hasn't got a son.
I am a nephew. Now, look, Colonel, I belong in this bunch. I'm a soldier, too.
You don't say. Well, you must tell me about Bull Run sometime. Now, if you'll just get out of the way, folks.
Now, wait a minute, Si. I'm one of this bunch of drafted guys, see? And here's my notice to prove it.
What are you talking about? Let me see that paper.
There. Well, Colonel.
Are you Fibber McGee?
You betcha, Bud. And if you want any help in whipping the rest of these cubs into line, I'll be glad.
When did you get this draft notice?
Just yesterday morning, Colonel Bud.
I can't believe it. It's amazing.
That's what everybody says, Colonel. It just goes to show that if a guy is really sincere in offering his services to his country...
Private McGee, why are you late?
What do you mean? He's here on time, isn't he?
No, he's late.
What do you mean, late? That paper says to be at the station at 5 a.m. on March the 18th.
Yes, but it's 1941 now, and this notice is dated March 1918.
No, I'm in the wrong army.
Fibber and Molly will be back in just a moment. Do you remember the fairy story in which the little brownies came in every night and did the good cobbler's work for him? Well, now, I don't really believe in fairy stories and gnomes anymore. But you know, there's just a touch of that brownie business in the way Johnson's Glow Coat keeps your linoleum floors sparkling and clean. It's true, you yourself apply the Glow Coat to the floor, but when your back is turned and you go on about your other work, Glow Coat dries to a beautiful, long-lasting polish all by itself, almost like the brownie magic. Glow Coat takes no rubbing or buffing at all. You simply apply and let dry. And the gleaming Glow Coat polish makes your kitchen cheerful because it keeps the linoleum colors looking like new. It saves you work all year because spilled things are quickly wiped up with a damp cloth. And Glow Coat makes your linoleum last longer, too, by protecting it against scratches and wear. If you don't already use Johnson's self-polishing Glow Coat on your floors, try some this week.
Dad-ratted luck. If I don't have
Oh, now listen, McGee, don't be downhearted.
Oh, well, shucks.
You certainly tried to join up.
Yes, and I'm going to try again, too. I'm going to take a train down to camp and crash my way in.
Oh, no, you'd never get past the guards, dearie.
Oh, I guess I wouldn't. Hey, that reminds me. You know what?
No, what?
We're lucky to be living in a country where they have guards around the camps to keep people out. Good night.
Good night, all.
This is Harlow Wilcox, speaking for the makers of Johnson's Wax and Johnson's Self-Polishing Glow Coat, inviting you to be with us again next Tuesday night. Good night.
Hello, Mary. Want a ride?
Well, To tell you the truth, George, I've got a new dress on. Do you mind if I walk?
Uh-oh, that's bad for romance. Nobody likes to ride in a dingy-looking car. And shucks, why should they when it's so easy now to wax polish your car with Johnson's Car New? In fact, Car New both cleans and wax polishes in one operation in half the time it used to take. The cost is low, too. So why not wax polish your car with Johnson's Car New, spelled C-A-R-N-U. This is the National Broadcasting Company.
Golly, what a wallop! He rang the bell again.
He's feeling his Cheerios. Yes, Cheerios, that energizing breakfast cereal made from oats. Good, old-fashioned, nourishing oats, all ready to eat. Cheerios gives you a kind of nourishment that really counts. Cheerios is a cereal that really helps you build up strength and energy. So for your better breakfast, always start with Cheerios. Cheerios. Cheerios.
Keep it tuned right here to HOJO Radio for more classic old-time radio.
Quinn Williams was in a mess, and it looked pretty bad before he met the girl from his hometown. Together, they worked to extricate him from what looked like a hopeless situation, with the deadline at dawn. Tonight, we're bringing you a story from the pen of the man who wrote Phantom Lady, Mr. William Irish. He's written a tense, fast-moving mystery drama, which he calls Deadline at Dawn. Our curtain rises on the ballroom establishment on. It's very late, and the handful of couples still left circles slowly and rather heavily around the dance floor. Near the center of the floor, a young man dances with a red-haired girl. Her face is young and pretty, but wears the look of sullen weariness.
Plenty crowded in this dance hall tonight.
Yeah.
Is it always as crowded as this?
No. After it closes, it's empty.
New York's a great town, isn't it?
Oh, sure. All it does is ruin everybody who comes here. It's a great town.
Yeah, I suppose.
Look, I'm paid to dance with you, not to gas. Good night. It's 1 o'clock. We're closing up.
You're closing up? You mean I have to go out on the... Say, do you mind if I walk home with you?
Look, mister, I'm on my own time now. It's bad enough I gotta talk to guys like
Well,
you.
I have to go someplace. I haven't got any friends.
Okay. Only remember, I didn't ask you to walk home with me. And it's a long walk.
Oh, I like walking.
Well, this is it.
I've never been in this neighborhood before.
Well, you can't do much better than this for $12 a month. Well, take it easy, mister. I'll be seeing you around.
Hey, look, I gotta go inside with you.
Now, wait a minute.
No, please, you don't understand. Just in the hallway here. Just for a minute, then I'll leave you.
What's your trouble?
Nothing. I just wanted to stop in here out of the wind.
Sure, and that police car going by had nothing to do with it. Now, look, you keep looking behind you scared like all the time we're walking. And you hide behind in the dance hall all evening, and now you... What'd you say your name was?
Quinn Williams.
Okay. I'm a chump, but you want to come up for a cup of coffee?
Sure, I'd like that.
Only get one thing straight, Quinn. This is an invite to share a cup of coffee and nothing more. No sugar goes with it.
I know. A fella can tell just by looking at someone.
You'd be surprised how many ought to see in a petition. Here it is. Throw your hat in the cart there. Take a chair if it doesn't fall apart. I'll get busy and make some coffee, and then we can talk.
This is sure mighty nice of you to... Hey, wait a minute. This letter here on the table. It's postmarked Glen Falls, Iowa. You know someone there?
Well, I ought to. She's my mother.
Well, that's where I'm from. That's my hometown. I only came away from there a little over a year ago. You mean you're from there, too?
So you're from Glen Falls, huh? That's a new line, and I thought I heard them all.
No, I did live there.
Oh, yeah? Did you, ever go to the Bijou movie house?
Bijou? I don't remember any Bijou movie house.
No, because there isn't any.
Oh.
Maybe you're on the level. What street did you live on?
Anderson Avenue up near Pine?
Anderson Avenue? Oh, gosh, you are from Glen Falls.
Yeah.
Say, you know where I lived on Emmett Road.
Oh, gosh.
The next street to Anderson Avenue. How come we never met back there?
Well, I don't know. We moved there about 3 years ago.
Oh, that's the reason. Then I came to New York 5 years ago.
Well, you haven't told me your name yet.
Oh, it's Bricky Coleman. My real name's Ruth, but everyone calls me Bricky.
I know, because of your hair.
Yeah.
Well, gee, just think. We're both from Glen Falls. It's a great little town, isn't it? Folks saying good morning to you from all the way over the other side of the street, even if you'd never set eyes on them before in your life.
And no music after dark comes. No slide trombones that go in and out and bray. Only crickets and things like that.
Yeah, and people that took an interest in you, that dropped in with jams if you were sick.
People that would have gladly lent you money when you got a little older, if you happened to be broke.
Yeah. And look at us now.
Home. Oh, don't talk about home, please. I wanted to go back there for so long now.
Then why haven't you?
Oh, don't think I haven't tried. There's just one bus a day at 6 in the morning. Once I even bought a ticket, only I turned it in at the last minute.
Why? I'd go home myself.
Because I haven't made good here. Back in Glen Falls, they think I'm in a Broadway show, not just a taxi dancer.
Oh, but that's not a real reason.
All right, then. The real reason is New York. It gets you down. It's got a half Nelson on me right now. That's what's holding me. That's why I can't get away.
But stone and cement buildings, they haven't got arms. They can't reach out and hold you back if you want to go.
I knew you wouldn't understand. But New York's bad, and when you breathe too much of it for too long, it gets under your skin. It gets into you, and you're sunk. The city's got you.
Well, I guess I better clear out. It's 2 o'clock. Skip the coffee and thanks.
Oh, wait, Quinn. They're after you for something, aren't they?
Huh? Yeah. That is, they will be tomorrow.
Why? Why, Quinn? It can't be anything so bad.
Bad? It's plenty bad. Look. About $2,400.
Where did you get it?
I stole it, I guess. You see, I had a part-time job as an electrician's helper for a while. And then a few weeks ago, I was sent out on a job in the East 70s. A guy named Stephen Graves. While I was working there, I saw him opening his wall safe. I thought how easy it'd be to rob him. I even had a key to the place. And then I lost my job, and the thought of that easy money kept preying on me. So tonight I went over there, and I stole it. I thought it would fix me up. Only it hasn't. It's made everything worse. I never stole before. I wish I hadn't done it.
Quinn, listen, I've got an idea. Let's both go back home. There's that 6 o'clock bus.
Nah, that's too late for me. You'll go.
Oh, Quinn, I could get back home if I had somebody to go with me. How much of that money have you spent?
Oh, not much. $5 for a meal I didn't eat and $10 for a roll of tickets in that dance hall tonight.
$15. Well, listen, Quinn, I've got enough money saved to replace that $15 and to buy 2 bus tickets.
Oh, sure, Bricky, but how can
Well, you can put that money back where you got it, and then everything will be all right.
Put it back? Well, sure, yeah. Maybe there's still time.
Oh, come on, we'll grab a cab and put that money back somehow and then go straight to the bus station. We've got plenty of time. It's only 2:30.
This is Graves' house. Right here, Bricky.
Uh-huh.
Hey, see, Bricky? What did I tell you? This is our lucky night. He isn't home.
Quinn, what's that?
Only a clock.
Oh.
Telling us we've got 3 hours yet.
Quick, Quinn, where's the safe?
Right through here. Follow me. On tiptoe.
Okay.
Here we are. Now, as soon as I turn the light on...
Quinn!
Shh, don't get excited. There's nothing...
Look! floor. A man.
Lord. It's him, Bricky. It's Stephen Graves.
Oh, there's blood all over his shirt.
He's dead. He's been killed.
Oh, Quinn.
I didn't do it, Bricky. I didn't do it. I only took the money. Somebody else murdered him. Well, he wasn't even here when he must have come back. Bricky, you gotta believe me.
Okay. I believe you, Quinn. Oh, it's the city. I knew it wouldn't let us get away. It's got us right where it wants us.
I can't go back to Glen Falls now, Bricky. They'll think I did it. I've got to stay. But you can go home. Please go, will you, Bricky? Please.
You didn't do it, Quinn. Okay, I'm sticking with you.
Oh, no, Bricky. We'll never. It's too late.
The city. We'll show it. We're not licked yet. Our deadline's still good. We still have until dawn. No one knows about the murder yet. Only us and whoever did it.
What do you mean?
I mean we'll catch the murderer ourselves and then everything will be okay.
Oh, that sounds crazy. We're not detectives. Oh, we don't even know how to start.
Oh, we'll look for clues, Quinn. We have to. It's our only chance.
Yeah. Our only chance. Okay.
Oh, Quinn, we gotta hurry.
Yeah, all right. Now, let's add up all the clues we've discovered.
Okay. He didn't do it himself because then the gun would still be lying around the room somewhere, and it isn't.
Yeah, and the motive wasn't robbery because nothing's been taken out of the safe since I was here.
Don't look at that clock, Quinn. Don't look at it. Now, we know a man was up here tonight with Graves because there are 2 different cigar butts, 2 different brands, and on opposite sides of the tray.
That's right.
And that match folder you found, it smells of powder and perfume.
Then it was a woman.
Right. And I smelled perfume out in the hall in the dark when we were coming in. The woman was here in this room tonight.
But the woman and the man who chewed the cigar couldn't have been here together. There's only 2 chairs facing each other here.
Right. Then whichever came last, the man or the woman, is the one who did the killing.
Oh, that means out of 7 million people in New York City, we gotta find 2. A man and a woman. Bricky, it can't be done.
We've got to find them, Quinn. We got only 2.5 hours to do it in. At daylight, it's 6. There's the bus that leaves for home. The last bus. And for us, it's the last bus in the world. Oh, what's that? Burglar alarm? Have we touched off something?
It's the telephone over there.
Oh, don't answer it, Quinn. You'll bring the police down on us. They'll know it's not his voice.
Well, maybe I can get away with it. Maybe if I talk low and indistinct. It's our only chance, Bricky. We may find out something more. Come on, stand close by me.
Okay.
Pray for all you're worth. Here I go. Hello?
Darling, this is Barbara.
Yes?
It's a woman. Steve, we've never parted angry like this before. Who was she, Steve? That tall redhead in the light green dress. Stephen, answer me. Who was she?
I don't know.
Well, then why did she force herself in between us like that in the conga line at the Parakeet Club? Why did she slip a note into your hand? Steve, won't you meet me halfway? Won't you answer?
Quinn, hang up. That's something big. The biggest thing that we picked up so far. Graves must have gotten a note. Come on, we've got to look for it. Any luck, Quinn?
I don't think so. No note, but I did find a check lying in the bathtub covered up by the shower curtain.
Well, let's see it. Made out to Stephen Graves for $12,500 and no cents. Signed Arthur Holmes.
And on the back, it's endorsed by Graves and stamped return, no funds.
There's a pretty good chance that Holmes was the guy here tonight, isn't there?
I'm betting on it. At least it's a motive. Holmes tried to give Steve Graves a bum check. Graves threatened him, so Holmes shot Graves.
Look, Quinn, it just caught my eye. Graves has a hole in the heel of one sock. He's too well dressed for it. Quinn, it's the note.
Read it, Bricky.
Mr. Graves, I would like to speak to you in private at your home after you have taken the young lady home. I mean right tonight. You don't know me, but I feel like a member of the family already. I wouldn't want to be disappointed and not find you there.
Unsigned. Look, Bricky, there isn't anything to do but split up two ways, whether we like it or not. We've got to find those two people. A red-headed girl in the conga line and a guy named Arthur Holmes.
I'll look for the woman at the Parakeet Club.
And I'll find Holmes if I have to ring every Holmes in the phone book.
And it's 4 o'clock. Only 2 hours to do it in.
Oh, Bricky, we can't do it. It's impossible.
We gotta do it. Quinn, we gotta. We can't be afraid or quit.
Okay. We'll meet back here. Yes, here in the house where he's lying. Not later than 5:45, with them or without them. We'll have to if we want to make that bus.
Quinn, we'll make it. If there's a star that looks out for a fellow and his girl, and there must be one, we'll make it.
Hello.
I want to talk to Arthur Holmes.
Oh, you do you? Well, he ain't here. He's over to the station house as he always is at this time of night. And you've got your nerve calling at 4:30 in the morning.
I guess I got the wrong Mr. Holmes.
Oh, Robert, darling. I thought you'd never call. I've been waiting for hours.
I'm sorry, but this isn't Robert. I just wanted to talk to Arthur Holmes.
Oh, well, my husband went to Canada fishing a week ago.
I guess I got the wrong Holmes. Sorry.
Who is it wishes to speak with Mr. Holmes?
I want to return a check that belongs to him. Is this the Mr. Arthur Holmes who knows Mr. Stephen Graves?
Yeah, this is.
It is? Well, may I speak to him?
You are.
Oh, well, this check I have is made out to Stephen Graves, and I just want to return it to you.
How do I know you're not making this story up?
Well, the number of the check is 602, and it's drawn for a sum of $12,500.
Very well. Where are you now? Come along and pick you up in my car. Maybe I can do something for you.
A tall, red-headed girl wearing a green dress. Here at the Parakeet. Girlie, there ain't nobody here like that. Maybe she means Joan Briscoe. She comes here a lot. Oh, was she in here tonight? Come to think of it, now she was. Where can I find her? At 4:30 in the morning. Why'd you try a hotel? It's the Concord.
Mr. Holmes, why are we parking here next to the river?
So we can talk without being disturbed. Now, if you've got that check of mine, I'll give you $200 for it.
Ah, what makes you think I want money for it, Mr. Holmes?
Oh, you don't want money?
No. All I want is a written confession that you killed Stephen Graves tonight.
Now, wait a minute.
I know you were up there, Mr. Holmes, and you killed him because of that check.
Young man, you're very rash.
Well, that has nothing to do with it. Come on now, I want that confession fast. Do I get it, or do I go to the police?
Well, you won't go to the police. You talk too much, young man. You talked yourself right into a grave.
Well, what do you want, sister? Are you Joan Bristol? Yeah, but I don't know you. We have a mutual friend, a Mr. Stephen Graves. Stephen Graves. Okay. Come on in. So you know a guy named Graves, huh? Did he mention me to you? He couldn't very well. He's dead. Dead? Yeah, I just came from his place. Only you and I know about it. Did you hear that, Griff?
Yeah, I heard it all right. Take it easy, sister.
Ain't carrying this gun just for decoration.
She knows all about it, Griff. That means we gotta get rid of her, too.
Sure, I don't mind drilling her right here and now. I got a salary.
No, Griff. Not here in this room with us. They know we were in this room. That's begging for it. Listen, you two, all I
Shut
want
up.
to do... Now, look, girlie. You didn't pull my name out of a hat. I want to know how you learned it.
Talk fast, sister.
Well, you see, well, that is, Miss Bristol dropped her hotel bill over there in Graves' apartment.
What?
I found it beside the body.
I might have known you'd do a dumb thing like that.
She's lying.
Yeah? We'll see about that. What were you doing in Graves' apartment, sister?
Well, he was a friend of mine.
Oh, like that, huh? And you had a key.
And I went there, and I found the body and the hotel bill. Griff, if I did leave a bill there, we got to get it back, or else. Well, the bill is still there on the floor beside the body.
All right, then we got to get that bill. We got to hurry. It's 5:30, almost daylight.
Right. We can leave it there with Graves. Fix it so it'll look like she did it, and then turn the gun on herself.
No.
Give the police a double-header to worry about.
This gun against her. We'll tie her up and take her out like she was drunk.
No, you can't. Quinn's waiting for me. Quinn's waiting for me.
Where am I? Sorry I have to tie you up so tight, kid. But in 30 seconds, it won't make any difference anyway. Because you'll be at the bottom of the East River.
You won't get away with it. There's two of us. There's still Bricky. Bricky.
All right, sister. Where's that hotel bill?
Right over there by his body. It ain't here. You were lying. I knew it.
Where's that bill? Where'd you hit it?
That's your problem.
Wait a minute, sister. You're fooling with the wrong parties. You don't seem to understand.
All I know is that you killed Mr. Graves.
Shut up. Joey killed him. Joe pulled a fake marriage with his kid brother. Kid was good for plenty of dough.
Will you be quiet?
He came over here tonight to shake Graves down, but he was wise. Said he was going to call in the police. So we let him have it.
I want to know how she found out about me.
All right, sister. You're going to talk right now or else...
Oh, no, you don't.
Quinn! Oh, Quinn, that boy, knock his head off.
Stay with him, Griff. I'll stop him with this.
Oh, no, you won't.
Oh, you just lay there, sister, and be good.
Don't you, Quinn?
That'll hold him for a while.
Oh, she's out too, Quinn. She hit her head when I tripped her. Boy, speaking of the Marines, ain't you the one?
Bricky, darling. I was here ahead of you. I looked out of the window and I saw them coming in with you. So I hid.
They did it, Quinn. We've got the right one.
Yeah, I know. Mr. Holmes and I heard them telling you.
Holmes?
Yeah, he's phoning the police now. I traced him all right, only he didn't do it. And he thought I was blackmailing him. He was scared he'd be implicated in the murder, and he started to throw me in the river. But then I mentioned your name, and he realized if he killed me, it would be traced to him. So that brought him back to his senses.
Quinn, it's 5:45 and our bus is due to leave.
Well, come on, we'll make it yet.
Oh, but the money.
I've already replaced it. Come on.
And these two?
Oh, Mr. Holmes will take care of them. He overheard everything about that blackmailing scheme. He's even found letters to prove it. Come on, we'll have to run.
I can't believe it. Me and the boy next door. We're going home at last.
And so ends Deadline at Dawn, tonight's performance in the Mystery Playhouse. Closing the doors of the Mystery Playhouse. Good night. Sleep tight.
In the month just ahead, there will be many days that are cloudy and gray. Isn't it very important on such days to have your home bright and cheerful? Your kitchen especially, where you spend so many hours? There's one thing that will brighten your kitchen more than anything else. Gleaming linoleum floors kept fresh and spotless with Johnson's self-polishing Glow Coat. Glow Coat requires no rubbing or buffing. There's practically no work to it. You just apply Glow Coat, it shines while it dries with no further work from you. It not only keeps your floors beautiful, but it actually makes linoleum last many times longer than an unprotected floor. Glow Coat is safe, easy to use, and sure to please. Try some tomorrow on your floors. Ask for Johnson's self-polishing Glow Coat.
GLO-COAT.
Stay tuned to HOJO Radio.
From Hollywood, the NBC Theater presents...
Screen Director's Assignment. Production, The Perfect Marriage. Director, Louis Allen. Star, Loretta Young.
The Hollywood Screen Directors present a comedy of Wedlock in a Deadlock. The Perfect Marriage, starring 1948 Academy Award winner Loretta Young, and introducing the director of the film, Louis Allen. Tonight's guest screen director and tonight's story both first saw the light of the entertainment world upon the stage of the theater, and brilliant successes in this field brought them to the motion picture medium. Thus, the selection of our guest to make a picture from Samson Rafelson's popular play, The Perfect Marriage, was a logical one. He has created comedy all the way from London to Hollywood and has directed such fine films as The Uninvited, Our Hearts Were Young and Gay, So Evil My Love, and the soon-to-be-released Paramount picture, Chicago Deadline, starring Alan Ladd. Ladies and gentlemen, Mr. Louis Allen.
Thank you. Thank you. There are two schools of thought about marriage. Those who think that it can't be perfect, and those who know darn well it can't. Tonight we're concerned with a marital comedy, a story that's one of my favorites, simply because it's a barrel of fun. So here's The Perfect Marriage, starring Loretta Young in her original role of Jenny, with Robert Bailey as Dale.
They say that a perfect marriage is like a perfect crime. You never quite get away with it. Well, Dale and Jenny Williams seem to be getting away with it up to now. They've been just as successful at marriage as they've been at their respective careers. His as an aeronautical engineer, hers as an editor of a woman's magazine. And today is their 5th wedding anniversary. A fact which bubbles through Jenny's mind as they indulge in that Native American custom known as brunch.
Darling, isn't it wonderful?
Absolutely. Best coffee Rose ever made.
Oh, no. I mean us, Dale. Here we are sitting across the breakfast table after 5 years. 5 wonderful years.
5 years of breakfast. 1,825 breakfasts together.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Well, you don't have to count them, darling.
Oh, 1,826 and 1/2, counting leap year.
Oh, where does the half come in?
Our first breakfast.
Oh.
The eggs were half done, the toast was half burned, and the prunes were half stewed.
And so are you, dear.
I was not. That was sheer happiness.
Oh. Dale, are you happy now?
Oh, happy?
Yeah.
Oh, sure, I guess so.
Darling, I have a wonderful idea. Let's go away together. Anywhere. Let's just dance and laugh and be gay, just like we used to do.
Yeah, well, I'd like to, Jenny, but, well, you know, the office.
Oh.
Yeah, we'll make it another time. I'll pass the toast, will you, please?
Certainly. Dale, since you're so busy, you won't have any objections to my going to Atlantic City for a week, will you?
No, of course not.
Well, don't you even want to know why?
All right, why? Pass the butter, will you, please?
Because my magazine wants me to cover a convention there.
Well, that's fine. That's good.
You sure you don't mind?
Why should I mind?
Well, I'm your wife, Dale.
Well, what's that got to do with it?
Then you don't mind. You don't even care one little bit.
Well, I'll miss you, if that's what you want me to say.
Yes, you'll miss me, like you did when I went to Paris last month.
Well, certainly I missed you. Now, shut up and finish your grapefruit.
Oh, will you stop gnawing on that toast?
Why?
Because you look like a moose in molting season, that's why.
Jenny, what on earth is the matter with you?
Oh, Dale, let's face it, our marriage has gone flat. We've let ourselves become just, well, intimate acquaintances who share nothing but a roof.
What do you mean?
You know very well you knew that I was going to be in Paris for weeks, and yet you made no effort to stop me. And now it's the same thing all over again.
Look, you're a businesswoman, Jenny, with a businesswoman's responsibilities. I simply acknowledge that fact.
Well, I can remember when you wouldn't have let me go on so cheerfully.
Now, what's that supposed to mean?
Oh, I could scream every time I think of that leer on your face when the boat pulled out.
That wasn't a leer. It was a smile.
Yes. Well, you were glad to see me go.
Oh, for heaven's
And
sake,
that
Jenny.
goodbye kiss you gave me, a bird peck.
A lovebird?
More like a duck-billed platypus.
Oh. Duck-billed platypus. You don't even know what it looks like.
Oh, yes, I do. It has a long beak.
That was no platypus. That was that goop you used to date.
Do you mean Gil Cummins? He's not a goop. He's a very dear friend.
Well, he's a goop if I ever saw one, and I've seen one, and it's him.
Will there be anything else, Mrs. Williams?
A goop, I say, a goop.
I'm sorry, Mr. Williams, but I think you ate the last one yesterday morning. May I go now? My gentleman friend is waiting.
Rosa, I didn't even know you had one.
Oh, Mrs. Williams, about the refrigerator.
What's the matter with it?
It keeps making a noise like H.V. Kaltenborn with the hiccups.
Well, Mr. Williams is an engineer, Rosa. He'll grind the valves or something.
Well, if you don't mind, Mrs. Williams, the last time he tried to fix the refrigerator, the radio exploded.
Well, Rosie's really very good with airplanes.
Yes, ma'am, I'm sure he is, ma'am, but I don't want my refrigerator flying around the kitchen.
Oh.
I'll fix it myself when I get time. Oh, I almost forgot. Miss Moore is in the living room. Shall I get rid of her?
That's what I like about you, Rosa. No inhibitions.
Oh, thank you, ma'am. I never did hold with drinking.
Hi, Gloria. Have you had breakfast?
Hours ago.
Oh.
Congratulations, perfect marriage. I hope I'm not intruding.
You are.
Dale, I love you. You're so funny. Here's a great big kiss.
Hey, wait a minute. He's not that funny.
Just to keep peace in the family, it's Jenny I came to see.
Oh.
How about lending me that little black hat that looks so silly on you?
Yes, I know the one. Come on, I'll get it.
Now, stop looking at me that way, Dale. Your favorite divorcee is tying the can to her latest boyfriend. I want to do it in style.
Haven't you got a hat of your own?
What's the matter with you anyway?
Oh, hangover.
That's what you get for mixing gin with gin.
It's not that. I dived too deep for the olive. Now, will you please go away?
All right, if that's the way you feel about it. But remember...
What?
I don't know. I can't think of a good line. I'm going upstairs.
Here's the hat, Gloria.
What's with you and Dale, darling? Do I detect a fleck of tarnish on the perfect marriage?
What makes you say that?
Well, you both seem so upset.
We do? Well, it's because of Rosa.
Oh, poisoning your food again, huh?
Oh, Gloria, she's unhappy. Husband trouble.
Her own or somebody else's?
Oh, please, Gloria. Now, look, you're an expert on husbands. Maybe you could give me some advice for Rosa.
Well, what are the symptoms?
Well, it's just that a husband and wife discover that they really don't care for each other anymore. What happens then?
They're PHTTT. I don't know how to pronounce it, but that's the way you spell it.
Oh.
Hey, Jenny, I just wanted to tell you I'll have to run down to the office.
Oh, but Dale, it's Sunday.
I'm sorry, it can't be helped.
But Rosa has certainly upset this domestic paradise.
Rosa? What's she got to do
yes, I was just telling Gloria about the crisis in Rosa's marriage.
But she isn't...
Married to the right man? No, of course she isn't, dear.
Oh. Oh, no, of course not.
There's always a possibility of salvaging it.
How?
Well, if their years together have a quality that's too precious to lose.
Oh, Gloria, that's gibberish.
Well, makes pretty good sense to me, Jenny.
Come in.
I'm leaving now, Mrs. Williams.
Oh, Rosa, come in. I want to talk to you.
Run along, Rosa, and have a good time.
About the refrigerator,
I
ma'am.
think I can help you with your problem.
Oh, it's nothing I can fix, Miss Moore.
I'm glad to see you're so optimistic.
I'll just take a monkey wrench to it.
Isn't that a little drastic?
It might be better to get a new one. The old one's pretty well wore out.
Uh-huh.
Yes, ma'am.
But remember, Rosa, you only have one chance at happiness.
Yes, but you ought to hear the noise it makes. Oh, sometimes I wonder if I wasn't happier when the Iceman came every day.
What an odd woman.
Yes.
Maybe the poor man's right. Well, I've got to run along myself.
Hey, how about having dinner with Jenny and myself tonight?
Oh, thanks. I'd love to. Bye-bye, kiddies.
Goodbye, Gloria, and thanks for the advice. For Rosa, I mean. Dale, I'm glad you decided not to go to the office.
I'll show her. Not an engineer for nothing. I'll fix this refrigerator. Jenny.
I know, dear, I know. We need a new refrigerator. Well, here, move over. I want to help.
Hey, now, wait a minute. You don't have to do that.
No, but I want to. Oh!
What's wrong?
Oh, my back. It slipped out of place again.
Oh, here.
Oh!
Now, come here. Turn around.
Yeah.
Take it easy now. Get all set.
Yeah.
You all right?
Mm.
Relax now.
Oh! Oh!
How's that?
It's better. Oh, darling. Darling, hold me close.
Sure.
Dale, I don't know what I'd do without you.
No, neither do I. Well, I'm glad you came to your senses.
What do you mean, dear?
Well, that little spat we had this morning.
Oh.
You know, I'd feel like a cad leaving you alone.
Oh.
Yeah, women haven't the ability to cope with the world. It's obvious.
Oh. I don't think it's that obvious.
Well, of course it is. A man in his 30s has his whole life ahead of him.
Yeah?
But with a woman in her 30s, it's different.
Dale!
Yeah?
Do you realize what you're saying?
Well, yeah, sure I do. I'm just being honest.
But...
Now, how many men want a woman over 30 when they can get a young girl?
Well, I know one who would.
Huh? Who?
Who? Gil Cummins, that's who.
Married women don't talk like that.
Well, that's right, they don't. I'll just see what I can do about this little situation right now.
This is a fine time to make a phone call.
I can't think of a better time.
Now, wait a minute, Jenny. What do you think?
Hello, Addison?
Have you gone crazy?
Addison, this is Jenny. Jenny Williams. Dale and I want to see you this afternoon. No, not for cocktails. We want a divorce. Addison, now, you're our friend as well as our lawyer, but we've come to your house on business, so please let's keep it impersonal.
But a divorce. Now, look, you two. How short can your memories be? Dale, have you forgotten the time Jenny was in the hospital and you walked the corridor for hours on end?
No, of course not. You don't forget things like that.
And Jenny, you haven't forgotten the time you begged me to come to the airfield with you?
But...
Dale was testing an experimental plane. You told me you couldn't go on living if anything happened to him. Have you forgotten that, Jenny?
Hey, Jenny, I never knew you were there that day.
Addison, you promised me that you'd never tell him.
Well, let's forget this talk about divorce until you're perfectly sure in your own minds. Perfectly sure.
Well,
Take her home, Dale. Straighten things out.
Jenny, what do you say?
Well, all right. All right, Dale, I'll try.
Well, that's more like it. Now, you kids run along home and patch this thing up.
Yes, all right.
Now, as you open the door, don't stumble over my wife. Mabel's probably listening at the keyhole.
Oh, my Jenny, darling.
Oh, Mabel.
And Dale, I didn't know you were here.
Liar. Now, say hello and run along.
Well, not until I steal Jenny for 5 little minutes. I simply must talk to her.
Oh, please, Mabel, not now.
Oh, but darling, this simply can't wait. This is important. None of my business, darling, but I do want to be helpful. Now, you get a good property settlement from Dale.
But I don't want anything. I'm not even sure I want a divorce.
Oh, of course you want a divorce. Suppose you lose your job. Suppose Dale goes ahead and marries Gloria. She'll have everything she wants.
Well, what's Gloria got to do with it?
You didn't know.
Didn't know what?
Well, you see, but I thought that was the reason for the divorce.
Oh?
Naturally, I didn't dream. Oh, my dear, I'd be the last person on earth to tell you that...
What is it, Mabel?
Well, it's just that you've been blind. Blind.
What have I been blind about?
Well, while you were in Paris,
yes?
Your husband and Gloria dined out every night in an obscure restaurant.
So what of it? They had dinner together.
But, my dear, they skulked. They giggled. Sheila Jameson told me that one night she saw them over
But, Jenny, will you listen to me, please? Gloria and I just had dinner together.
I'm not concerned with dinner. It's what happened after dinner that bothers me.
Well, you were in Paris and I was lonely.
Well, not for long you were.
Well, I just wanted somebody to talk to.
Dale Williams, I know your little talks. I married you after one of them.
That'll teach me to keep my big mouth shut.
And if you think I'm going to dinner with you and that woman, well, you have another thought coming.
Well, then stay home for all I care.
Oh, no, I'm not going to stay home. I'm going to the Macombo.
Oh, wait.
Gil, come in.
Jenny, it's me, Gil.
Beat it. What do you want?
One side, Chubby. I've got a date with your wife.
She isn't here.
Well, I'll wait. What are you doing here?
This happens to be my home.
Well, according to what Jenny told me over the phone a couple of hours ago, you'll be vacating soon. So, I'll just make myself comfortable. Now, where's your bourbon?
Oh, it's right over there in the... Oh, that does it. That does it.
Oh, say, Dale, where's Jenny? I haven't seen her in years.
Gil, is that you?
Oh,
Hello,
yes,
Gloria.
Hurry, darling.
This
We've
is
got
Dale.
years of catching up.
Remember that date for tonight?
Well, here I am.
Well, how would you like the
You're a
Mocambo?
dream.
Oh, no. Jenny won't be with us.
And Dale,
Just a minute, Gloria. What is it?
if you hear somebody trying to get in before 2 o'clock,
Yeah?
shoot him. It won't be me.
You are listening to the Hollywood Screen Directors presentation of The Perfect Marriage, starring Loretta Young in her original role with Robert Bailey, and introducing the director of the film, Louis Allen.
Come on, Gil, let's dance.
No, I'd rather sit here and look at you.
Oh.
If I say you're more beautiful than ever, you'll think I'm lying. And if I say you're not, I will be.
Oh, don't stop it, Gil. I love it. I love every word of it.
I've been saving a lot of words for you, Jenny. I've been traveling the world over,
Oh, what for?
collecting bird eggs.
Bird's eggs?
Well, sure, you love it. Oh, I'm an expert, but we'll talk about that some other time. Right now, I want to talk about you and me.
Well, maybe we'd better talk about bird's eggs.
Now, look, heartbreak gal, you are going to marry me.
Oh, Gil, I don't know if I ever want to marry anybody again.
I've had a long wait, Jenny. What's the matter, Jenny?
Look who's sitting down over there. Dale and Gloria. You know, Gil, something tells me your waiting days are over.
Dale, did you know they'd be here?
In a word...
What word?
Yes.
After everything you told me, and you still can't bear to have Jenny out of your sight.
Well, I was just kind of curious, that's all.
Well, you can be curious without me. Good night.
Oh, no, please, Gloria. Look, we won't stay. I'm very sorry. It was just an impulse.
I don't know why I put up with you.
Because we're pals.
I got news for you, kid. I won't be a pal to any man.
Well, you can be more than a pal to me, Gloria. I mean that.
Well, let's get busy and see if we can make a deal.
Uh-oh. Good Lord, they're coming over here.
Enter one ex-friend.
Oh, now, Gloria, please, don't make a scene.
I won't unless she starts it.
Well, Gloria.
Jenny, darling.
Oh, your hat is positively stunning. My old one, isn't it?
I should have returned it, dear. It just matches your gown.
Does Dale bring you here often, Gloria?
No, he usually hides me away in a little saloon near the Bowery.
Oh, the Bowery! Oh, well, isn't that so nice to feel at home in one's surroundings? But don't be embarrassed, darling.
I'm not really. I know you're just unhappy over losing Dale.
Shall we put up the cutlery?
Good evening, Dale.
Good evening.
Hello, Gil. What have you been doing?
Enjoying it. Now, let's cut out this double talk and get down to cases. You see, Jenny and I are going to get hitched as soon as she unloads you, Dale. That is your name, isn't it?
Yes, Goop.
Gil, there's no reason to tell him now.
Why not?
Because in your own simple language, my simple friend, I also have an announcement to make. As soon as I unhitch Jenny, Gloria and I are getting married.
Would somebody buy me a good stiff drink?
No, better than that. Let's have a party.
Fine, let's go up to my hotel. I have a chair, some gin, and a bathtub.
No, thanks. I never drink gin out of bathtubs.
My place is worse.
Well, no furniture?
No bathtub.
Hey, wait a minute. We got a home, haven't we, Jenny?
Yes, but...
And besides, Gil might like to see the rest of the place.
I don't like this room any better than the others.
Oh, you don't?
No.
Then we'll change them all, dear.
I think I like this love seat, though. We'll keep it.
You stay away from that love seat. Gloria and I are going to build a room around that.
Come here, darling.
Huh?
Oh, this is the way it will always be. Sitting here in front of the fireplace, Jenny.
Hey, wait a minute.
My arms around you.
You?
Like this. And as you gaze up into my eyes, I'll kiss you. Like this.
Hey, don't hold it like that.
You keep out of this.
Yes, what are you getting so excited about?
Well, he's trying to kiss my wife.
Trying nothing, he's doing it. And it's about time I did the same to you.
Wait a minute.
Now what's wrong?
That's no way for him to kiss my wife.
Why are you so worried?
He'll throw her sacroiliac out of joint.
The only trouble with you is too much Jenny.
What do you mean?
If you can worry about her sacroiliac while I'm kissing you, it's time for little Gloria to bow out.
Oh, no, wait a minute. Gloria, wait a minute. Don't go!
Lovers' quarrel.
No. Just a change in plans, that's all.
Oh, well, in case you're interested, I haven't changed mine.
For your information, I am not interested.
Oh, I see.
Furthermore, I am going to bed.
Oh, not in this house, or not?
In this house. In the study.
Oh.
Good night.
Well.
Jenny, darling.
Yes, Gil?
Before we go ahead with plans for our future, there's something that you ought to know.
Go on, Gil.
Well, once when I was collecting bird eggs, it was in Sheboygan, I was walking down the street, and I met a certain little...
Jenny!
Yes?
Where are my pajamas?
In the kitchen. Pardon me, Gil, while I get them.
Oh, great little housekeeper, Jenny. Keeps my pajamas in the oven.
That is a snide remark.
So I'm snide. Why don't you go home?
Why don't you get someone to bounce me?
I wouldn't need any help.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah.
Here, catch.
Thank you. Good night.
I don't see how you put up with him for 5 years.
Now, what were you saying, Gil, when he so rudely interrupted you?
Oh, yes. Once when I was collecting bird eggs, it was in Sheboygan.
Yes.
I was walking down the street, and I met a certain little...
Hey, Jenny.
Oh, now what?
Where are my vitamin
In
pills?
the medicine chest, where they've always been.
They are not, and I'm not going to bed without them.
Oh, excuse me, Gil. I'll get them.
No, let him get them.
Now, look, just because we're getting a divorce, there's no reason why you should die of beriberi.
Oh, vitamin pills. Ha!
Well, it's just a hobby.
Well, after you take your vitamins, I'll take you on for a few rounds of polite boxing.
You know, that'll be a pleasure I've long looked forward to.
Here, catch.
Thank you, Jenny.
You're welcome, Dale.
Don't forget to wear your stocking cap.
Good night.
I'm awfully sorry, Gil. Now, what were you saying?
It was just this. You see, once when I was collecting bird eggs...
It was in Sheboygan. Yeah.
I was walking down the street when I met a certain little... Oh, good Lord, what is that?
Dale! What are you doing?
Fixing the refrigerator.
Well, do you have to do it right now?
I certainly do.
Oh.
Darling, this time I'm going to skip the preliminaries and take you in my arms.
Oh, Gil.
Just a moment, old man, just a moment. If you're going to kiss my wife, the least you can do is let me show you how to protect a sacroiliac.
Nobody asked you.
One side, chubby.
Now, see here.
Now, just watch closely.
Yes?
You put one arm around her like this.
Yes?
Let go of me, Dale Williams.
And the other arm around her like this.
Oh.
Gil, I don't like the look in his eye.
And then you pull her towards you like this.
Oh!
Darling, what is it?
Oh, my back! He's wrenched my back!
Well, good night, everybody.
Oh! Dale, you did that on purpose. You can't leave now.
Now, don't worry. All you need is a rub-down. I used to have a horse, had the same trouble.
Oh, this is terrible.
Now, just brace yourself. Now, here we go.
Yeah.
What's wrong?
Gil, you've made it worse.
Oh. Well, I'll try it again.
Oh, no.
Shall I call a doctor?
No. No, you better call Dale.
Oh, that pain in the neck?
What about the pain in my back? Dale!
No.
Please!
No.
Please, Dale!
Oh, well, I can't work with that goop leering over my shoulder.
Perhaps you'd better go, Gil.
Well, I can't leave him alone with my fiancée.
Who happens to be my wife?
Oh, don't argue, Gil. Just do as he says, please.
Well, I'll be right outside the door in case he lays a hand on you.
Yes.
Now, lie down on your stomach.
Yes.
That's it. And stop squirming. Okay, now, take it easy and just relax. Are you all set?
My back hurts.
You sure you're ready?
Yes.
Okay.
Oh!
That help?
Yeah.
Feel better?
Yes. Yes, darling.
Yes, what?
Oh, I'm sorry. I didn't mean to say that.
Oh, Jenny, darling.
What did you say?
Darling. And I meant to say it.
Oh, Dale. Dale, why didn't you tell me about Gloria?
Well, there was nothing to tell, darling. You see, but... Hey, wait a minute. What about Gil?
Oh, him.
What are you doing?
I'm locking the door.
Hey, who locked that door?
I did.
Good night.
Oh.
Good night, Gil.
Gil, my husband said good night.
Well, before I go, there's a question I want to ask you, Williams.
What do you want, Gil?
Gloria's phone number. Hey, answer me!
He can't. He's busy. See him in the morning.
Happy anniversary, darling.
Happy anniversary, darling.
In just a moment, our stars will return. Next week, to suit your spring entertainment tastes, the NBC Theater presents another recipe for laughter, the lilting comedy Suddenly It's Spring, starring Fred McMurray. And now, here is tonight's star, Loretta Young, and screen director Louis Allen.
Thank you, ladies and gentlemen, let me warn you. Don't be taken in by Louis Allen's soft, quiet words. He's actually a tyrant.
Me, a tyrant?
Yes.
Why, Loretta, when we made the picture, I didn't strike you once.
Well, now, that's the trouble, you see. You're insidious. You did something worse.
What's that?
You cut my lines.
Tell you what I'll do. You take those line cuts and speak them right now.
Oh, really, Lou? On the level?
Sure, go ahead.
All right. Let me see now. Pass the butter. Ooh, my arm itches. Behind the door? Huh? I don't like your attitude. How do you do? But not tonight.
Magnificent. Sheer poetry.
Well, seriously, Lou, before we say goodnight, I'd like to say thanks to you and to the rest of the men behind the camera. We actors portray our parts, but it's you screen directors who make the picture.
It's awfully nice of you, Loretta.
Thank you, Lou. Good night.
Good night.
Good night, everyone.
And good night to you, Loretta Young, Robert Bailey, and Louis Allen. The Perfect Marriage, a Hal Wallace production, was presented through the courtesy of Paramount Pictures, currently releasing Alias Nick Beale, directed by John Farrell, and starring Ray Milland, Audrey Totter, and Thomas Mitchell. Loretta Young is currently being seen in The Accused, a Hal Wallace production for Paramount. Included in tonight's cast were Dorothy Thompson, Leif Erikson, Ruth Perrott, Barton Yarborough, Gail Bonney, and Dan Riss. The Perfect Marriage was adapted for radio by Richard Allen Simmons, and original music was composed and conducted by Dr. Albert Harris. Production was under the supervision of Howard Wiley, associate producer Bill Karn. Your announcer has been Frank Barton. Listen again next week when the NBC Theater presents...
Screen Director's Assignment. Production, Suddenly It's Spring. Director, Mitchell Lyson. Star, Fred McMurray.
The NBC Theater came to you from Hollywood.
Bobby Riggs, the holder of the world's professional tennis championship, plays a dazzling game of tennis. And he handles a razor as smoothly as he does a tennis racket. Bobby Riggs is a brush and lather shaver. He writes me that Colgate Lather Shaving Cream helps give him that smoothness in shaving. Here's his letter.
Want to know why I'm sold on Colgate Lather Shaving Cream, Bill? Because every shave with Colgate Lather is sweet and smooth and clean as a whistle. That light, fine-textured shave cream makes wonderful whisker-wetting lather. It gets down in the stubble, softens the whiskers fast, makes shaving a breeze. Yes, sir, Colgate Lather Shaving Cream sure covers the court from baseline to net with speed, smoothness, and real shaving comfort. In my opinion, Colgate Lather is tops.
Thanks, Bobby Riggs. Your experience should get other brush and leather fans to try Colgate Lather Shaving Cream. That's all we ask, fellas. Just try it. Notice the rich, moist lather that the light, fine-textured shave cream makes. How thoroughly Colgate Lather softens your whiskers. When you use Colgate Lather Shaving Cream, you'll find your razor doesn't pull or scrape. Instead, it cuts through clean and smooth, and it leaves your face truly comfortable. Please, get some Colgate Lather Shaving Cream tomorrow. It's the lather shave of champions.
Keep it tuned right here to HOJO Radio for more classic old-time radio.
Presenting Orson Welles as the Third Man. The Lives of Harry Lime. The fabulous stories of the immortal character originally created in the motion picture The Third Man, with zither music by Anton Karas.
That was the shot that killed Harry Lime. He died in a sewer beneath Vienna. As those of you know who saw the movie The Third Man. Yes, that was the end of Harry Lime. But it was not the beginning. Harry Lime had many lives. And I can recount all of them. How do I know? Very simple. Because my name is Harry Lime. Say what you will about Harry Lime, he at least was honest in his desire for money and the good things of life. Harry believed in seeing the world at other people's expense. Sometimes the cost ran high as a man's life. Let me tell you about it. I know what I'm talking about.
And now, Orson Welles as Harry Lime, the Third Man, in Clay Pigeon.
In 1942, my fortunes being for the moment at ebb tide, it pleased me to return to America, to New York specifically, because I'd heard that an old and important enemy of mine was in difficulties and wished to see me. I went to the hotel where he was staying, supposedly incognito, and made myself available at the bar. But nothing happened. I ran up quite a bar bill and things were looking serious. So I ordered another drink. And then...
Mr. Lime? Mr. Harry Lime?
Yes, indeed.
I'm sorry to bother you.
Bother? If all bothersome things were as attractively packaged, I'd gladly be the most burdened of men. Won't you join me?
I didn't come here for that reason, Mr. Lime.
I know. It's a friendly gesture, and I have a hunch we're going to see a lot of each other. Now, since you know my name, why don't you tell me yours?
That's unimportant.
Well, that's a matter of opinion.
Will you please come with me?
Well, I say, now, isn't that approach a little bold? After all, an establishment like this frowns on such an obvious...
Please, Mr. Lime, come with me.
You're the only one who can save him.
Me? Save anybody? You've come to the wrong Harry Lyman.
Please, you must, even though you hate him.
Hate him? Now you interest me now. Just which antagonist do you mean? I've got an awful lot of enemies.
You're wasting time. He'll pay you a great deal of money.
Money?
You can name your own price.
The price of my hatred comes pretty high. But for money and hate, Lime goes anywhere. Lovely lady, lead on. Profitable business should be made as painless as possible, and this girl was a pleasure. The dark Irish type with eyes, the mold and color of the restless channel waters, and hair as blue-black as the proverbial raven's wing. I began to enjoy myself. My waiting game was going to pay off through an old enemy. It was a fine evening for cold mischief. We took the elevator in silence, walking down the corridor to the suite of my enemy. I studied my young guide. She caught my glance. Her color mounted. I smiled.
We're almost there.
I say, are you bringing me on a wild goose chase?
If it is, then it's the goose that lays the golden egg, Mr. Lyme. And this is it.
You don't approve of me, do you?
Follow me, please.
Well, I'd love to. You're just like the rest of the public, dear. You're always clamoring for high ideals, fair play, and always the first to indict without a hearing.
Yes?
I found him, sir.
To the contrary, I found you.
Please.
Oh, come in, by all means.
The Honorable James Hadley, I believe.
Aren't you surprised to see me, Lime?
Well, not particular. This morning when the wind from the East River brought with it the usual aroma of stale grease, ancient garbage, and sewer gas, I had an idea I might run into Governor Hadley before the day was out. Aren't you in the wrong state?
Still the same old Harry. Insulting, conniving.
And you're the man I'm supposed to help?
It's not by choice, believe me.
That I do believe, Governor. The dislike is mutual. Well, Governor, it's nice leaving you.
Wait, Lime. I'm offering you $15,000
if...
Had I better leave, Governor?
No. You're responsible for bringing Lime here, Nora. Perhaps my only hope of keeping him here.
You're quite wrong, sir. There are 15,000 reasons holding me here for the time being. How long I remain depends on you. Talk.
I know how you hate me. I also know your capabilities, Lime. You're the only man to accomplish the job I have in mind. I've already told you what I'd pay. Lime, I'm begging you to help me.
That's good. You begging me for help. All right. Sing your sad song, Hadley, old man, about the beast you must feed.
You know.
Don't I always know, Governor? Knowing who was after your official scalp, I realized you'd undoubtedly come to me for help. Use one poison as the antidote for another. Made myself available. You found me.
You mean you knew it all the time, even downstairs you knew?
In general, dear Nora, though I neither knew the sordid details nor the price to be paid for my services.
Show him the pictures, Nora.
Yes, Captain. Right here in the briefcase. Here you are.
Thank you. My Governor, I didn't think it even of you.
You see, Nora, even Lime believes the man in those cursed pictures is me.
It's very interesting. Who's the lady?
How should I know?
Oh, come on now, Governor. Official manners, or in this case, even unofficial manners, demand that you at least know the name of your female companion. Has American etiquette deteriorated to the point that you summon such creatures with a, hey, you?
Mr. Lyme, I'll have you know that Governor Hadley is not the man in those pictures.
And good little girls should never tell lies, Nora.
Oh, hang it all, she's telling the truth, Lime. I never frequent such clubs as those pictures show. I'm here. Here, look at this one. You recognize a newcomer to the party.
Yes, Cato. Cato, the robber baron. I admire his instincts, but not always his performance. He's a bit clumsy.
Trubus Cato. Gambler, ward heater, grafter.
Such dear, nostalgic words. You almost make me homesick, Governor.
Be sensible, Lime. Can you imagine me in such company at any time, particularly with an election coming up next month?
Not unless you're even more stupid than you used to be, James. But then everything is possible.
Really, Mr. Lyme, this is the...
But cameras don't lie.
You, above anyone else, should know better than that, Lime. How many times have you faked a picture to gain your ends?
Touché, Governor, but then I always do things the hard way. You told Nora that yourself.
Yeah, it's hard for your victims. Oh, but this isn't getting us anyplace. No matter what else you may choose to think of me, Lime, you know my term in office has been clean.
Insofar as proof is concerned, the incorruptible Governor Hadley. However, these pictures could prove extremely embarrassing, old man. The untouchable Hadley seems to have been taken.
I don't know much about you, Mr. Lyme, except that you hate Governor Hadley. And now he's asking for your help.
No matter what happened in the past between you, please help him. He's willing to pay. He said your hatred came high. Wasn't his offer high enough?
Nora. That's quite all right, Governor. I admire honesty and loyalty, even though I don't approve of it or believe in it. Come here, Nora.
What?
Come here. I want you to stand right before me. Look right into my eyes, straight in my eyes. Answer a question.
But Well, Mr. Lime, what is it?
If I were the governor and you were my secretary, would you be as honest, as loyal?
As honest? Yes. As loyal? No.
I see. Well, why the great concern about these pictures, Hadley? Surely your indiscretions aren't that important.
Then you are going to help me.
I'm considering it.
Then you know those pictures are important, Lime. Cato's going to use them to ruin me.
Why?
He wants control of my state. Either his crooked syndicate moves in, or he sends these pictures to every newspaper in the state on the eve of the election.
Truth is, Cato has improved with the years. This is almost worthy of me.
I never expected you to understand, Lime. But I thought the fee might make it worth your while. Re-election means a great deal to me. I worked hard for my office. I don't want to win or lose because of a hoodlum like Cato. And I don't want my wife, my family, to be subjugated to this kind of smear campaign. They don't deserve it.
Spoken like a true family man, an American and a politician.
Governor Hadley, there must be some other way to get the negatives in this man.
Please, Nora.
Elaine, the fair Elaine, the lovable Elaine, the lily maid of Astolat. High in her chamber, upper tower to the east, guarded the sacred shield. I'll get the negatives and the rest of these pictures from Cato for $15,000.
Oh, thank heaven.
And dismissal of all charges against me in your state, old man.
What?
The price is cheap, Governor, for your career and your family.
But, Governor, you can't.
Just a moment, Nora. Very well, Lime. You get me those negatives and you'll receive your money and full pardon.
I'll take the money now.
I expected that. Pay him, Nora.
How do you know you can trust him, sir?
You're the only man I know who can outwit Cato. I've got to trust him.
My fee, Miss Peyton?
Here it is. You'd better count it, Mr. Lime.
But why? I trust you.
Oh.
Just how do you plan to contact Cato?
That's easy enough. Easy to find a man like Cato. The hard part is in avoiding him. You should know that very well, Governor.
Well, what is my next move?
Right back to your nice snug capital. Return to your ivory tower, Hadley, and carry on business as usual.
Very well. We might as well start packing, Nora. We'll leave at once.
Yes, Governor.
No.
What?
Nora stays with me.
I what?
Now, listen here, lad.
Cato doesn't know her by sight, does he?
I don't think so. He contacted me away from his office.
And she'll be our go-between. You can still pack, Nora. I want you to register at another hotel. The Plaza will do. I'll meet you at the cocktail lounge in 3 hours.
Just what do you think?
Nora, I'd appreciate it if you would cooperate with Mr. Lime in whatever way you can.
Well, Nora?
Very well, Governor. I'll do my best.
You understand, Nora? We must trust Mr. Lime.
Well, who wants to talk in the hall, Cato? Let me in.
Come in, then. Well, what have you found out, Izzy?
I am tailing Governor Hadley like you want, ever since he sneaked into town.
Yeah. Come to the point.
Who is staying away from the point? The governor is making contacts with every main hood in New York, but nobody wants to go against Cato. Only Hadley must be finding someone who will go against you, because he leaves the hotel 3 hours ago.
Leaves?
Checks out, is taking a powder. But before that, he sends his girl down to the bar.
Girl? What girl?
Who knows her name? But who this girl talks to down at the bar, you'll never guess.
Come on, Gib. I'm not playing guessing games.
All right, Cato. So don't get sore at me. I'm trying to tell you all the time. She meets a Harry Lime. I hear her say the name.
Harry Lime.
This is not good news.
Harry Lime's the only guy, but the only guy who can louse me up. He would have to come to New York. Come on.
Come on where?
To the Plaza, you jerk. If Lime's to come into this game, he's going to be on my side, alive or dead.
Mr. Lime.
Nora, I never dared hope you'd be this eager to see me.
Cato over at the bar.
Oh? Have a drink.
What are you going to do about Cato?
Careful, here comes the waiter.
Yes, dear. What will you have?
Well, what's your pleasure, honey?
Nothing. Anything.
Well, that offers a pretty wide choice, waiter. Scotch and water for two.
2 Scotch and water. It is. Thank you.
I want you to smile, Nora. Look relaxed. Listen very carefully to what I have to say.
I'll try.
Glad you blessed me once before I die.
What?
Your smile. It's the first time I've seen it. Its radiance is breathtaking.
Please.
Leave me at once, Nora. When you're going to the powder room, don't return. Go to your room and stay there.
I don't understand.
Mr. Cato is preparing to beard me in his den, and I want you around when he does.
But
It's coming this way. Now, hurry. I haven't called you by morning. Get back to the capital fast.
What about you?
Why, Nora, I never dreamed you cared.
Oh, of all the...
Your Scotch and water, sir?
Fine, fine. Here you are.
Thank you, sir.
Drinking alone, Lime? That can turn into a bad habit.
True is Cato in the flesh. It is flesh, isn't it, old boy?
Same old Harry. How about buying me the next round, Harry? At my place.
Why, Trubus, old man. Are you thinking of taking me for a ride?
Why,
Oh, it's all right. It's all right, old man. I'm game for anything. Shall we go?
Orson Welles returns in just a moment as the third man. Orson Welles as the third man continues with Play Pigeon.
It sounds funny, but it's true. I was being taken for a ride. And a long one. A silent one. Once we got in the car, Trubus stopped talking, and I was not in the mood to make any conversation. I had my tiger by the tail, and I waited for his move.
Wait in the car, Easy. This won't take long.
Okay, boss. I am waiting. After our nocturnal tour, you bring me to a ruin like this? Really, Cato, I thought you were doing pretty well.
I'm doing fine, Harry. Place on the state line, not too far from the capital. Makes it handy.
For you or the governor?
Wait and see.
Trubus. Well, this is a surprise.
Hadley.
Who's this fella, Trubus?
The face is Jim Hadley's, and the voice is almost identical.
Inside, Luke. Come on, Harry, and I'll buy you that drink I promised.
Sure. The drink's on the house.
Yes, I could use one.
Yeah, sit down, Harry.
I didn't think I'd see you so soon again, Trubus. What happened, did you?
Shut up. Pour the drinks.
Oh, sure, Trubus.
Now, Harry, I'm open for business.
Well, to risk the obvious, this isn't Governor Hadley.
Hey, you bet I'm not.
The Hadley boys were identical twins. Luke here was the black sheep of the family. Also was supposed to have died in a train wreck 15 years ago.
Identical twins, the oldest pitch in the world.
Luke was the man in those pictures. So simple it always works. Even fooled you, Harry.
Oh, I can be fooled. Old man.
Luke's lived on jealousy and whiskey ever since he's seen the accident. He crossed my path several years ago just as I was figuring how to move into Jim Hadley's state. He was an answer from heaven.
Yeah, or the devil. I thought I had luck.
I can give you a fat fee, Harry, and a fine chance to pay off your old grudge against the governor.
Since when has benevolence become one of your characteristics, Cato?
What about this fat fee? You only paid me.
Shut up. As you know, I've already made the first contact with the governor.
How do you know I know?
Takes one to catch one, Harry. As I said, I got Jim over a barrel. I know he's bought you to get the pictures from me, But if you come into my deal, you not only make yourself some money, but you can put the final squeeze on the good governor.
Planning to set me up as a clay pigeon, are you, old man? Sending me to make the actual transaction so you can move your syndicate into the state while I'm caught with my blackmail down.
No, Harry, you know I wouldn't do that.
To coin a cliche about thieves, Cato.
I know. How much is the governor paying you to get these negatives?
$15,000 and a full pardon.
15,000? Why, Trubish, you only gave me $500 to pose in those pictures.
I'll give you $25,000 to come in with me, Harry.
25 in advance?
Half of it. The rest when the deal is clinched.
Listen here, Trubish, if you're so quick to throw money around, toss some my way. I've been
And
cheated.
a percentage of my gross to take when I'm in the state. It'll be like an annuity, Harry.
You listen to me, Trubish. You cut me in on this big deal you're talking about. If you don't, I'll go to jail.
You what, Luke?
No, nothing, kid. I didn't mean. I was only trying to. Oh, what are you going to do, Trubish?
Is he? Take this rack and let Muggsy work him over.
No.
He talks too much.
No, I promise not to talk. You need me. I'll never.
Come on, Luke.
No.
Roll it.
No, please.
Come on, I
won't. No.
Well, what's your answer, Harry?
Do all of your business partners get that treatment, old man?
No, of course not. He's always asking for it. But now us, for instance. Why, we'll clean up in Hadley State. Slot machines, numbers, racket, dope protection, and that's just the beginning. Harry, give us 5 years and we'll be making money from every man, woman, and child in the United States.
Compared to you, Joe Stalin is an amateur. I don't think I'll settle for a mere percentage, Cato, no. Our deal's got to be 50-50, or I won't come over and slide down your cellar door.
50-50? Why, Do you think you'll get away with this?
I'm certain of it. No, because the young lady was with me at the plaza.
What about her?
She's Hadley's secretary. I spent a great deal of time and effort on getting a complete file of your misdemeanors, Cato. If I fail to contact her, copies of said file will immediately be sent to all state and federal law enforcement officers. Your pitiful tintypes will be forgotten in the headlines about Trubis Cato. You wouldn't want to be named public enemy number 1.
50-50 it is.
Governor Hadley.
Nora. Good heavens, girl. What's happened?
Harry Lime, he's with Cato now, or at least he talked with him last night. By this time, he might be dead.
Dead?
Why don't you call the police or the FBI? You're the governor. Do something.
You too, Nora.
What do you mean?
The notorious Lime Charm. The man's brutal, merciless, vindictive, lives only for himself. Yet when he wishes, he can hide all this with a cloak of magnetism, great fascination. He's blinded you, Nora.
No, I hate him. He's a horrible man. I don't know what he is. It's been terrible, all of it. Seeing Cato waiting all night for Harry's call, not hearing, coming here.
I know, my dear. Believe me, I'm sorry. Yes?
Governor Hadley, Mr. Harry Lime to see you.
Harry.
And Mr. Cato.
Cato here? Send them in, please.
Yes, sir.
What can it mean?
I don't know.
Good afternoon, Governor Hadley. Nora?
Mr. Lime.
And true as Cato. Surely you haven't forgotten me, Governor.
Cato, I told you once and for all.
Don't be too hasty, Mr. Governor. My proposition is so good that Mr. Lime is coming on the deal with me.
What?
But you agreed to...
Lime? Is this thug telling the truth?
I've bought certain contracts for your signature, Governor. They'll allow Mr. Cato full-scale operations in your state.
Oh, no, you wouldn't.
I can't believe it, Lime. Not even you.
The price of the negatives, Governor. Oh, you'd better give me those negatives now, Cato. Prove our good faith to Governor Hadley.
What good faith? Oh, but here you are, Harry. The negatives and the rest of the pictures.
All nicely tied with a pretty ribbon, Governor. A ribbon as blue as Nora's eyes.
You... How small can you get?
Now, when you sign Mr. Cato's contracts, Governor, I'll deliver the negatives to Miss Peyton.
That's right. Just sign on the dotted line, Hadley, and everybody will be happy.
Sold out because I trusted a rat.
Here's your pen, Governor.
And here... Back, Nora. Get out of the way.
Lime, what?
What are you doing?
Down on the floor, Governor. Down on the floor.
A gun. Are you crossing me, Harry?
Hold it, Cato. It's my deal.
Oh, yeah?
Oh. You killed him.
What happened? No shot.
I suggest you call an ambulance, young lady. There's been an attempt on Governor Hadley's life.
My goodness.
And keep those people out of here for a minute.
How can I ever thank you, Lime?
You risked your life, Harry, and all the time we
Save it. I had to kill Cato to take over his very lucrative business myself. I'll keep these negatives, Governor.
You'll what?
No, Harry, oh, no.
This is one time, Governor Hadley, when you're not getting off so easily. These incriminating negatives in my possession, like the sword of Damocles, will be suspended over your uneasy head from now on. Call them Harry Lime's annuity, Governor. And now, if you'll excuse me.
I might have expected this.
And I was beginning to think you were a human being.
By the time I left the Capitol building, the stars were out. The stars was reached by hard ways. I searched for a likely alley that was dark enough, lonely enough. This one will do well enough. Better remove the ribbon. Blue ribbon. Better to burn them. Oh, another voyager of the night. Greetings, cat. Mutually. Come closer. Seem to be ablaze. First the negatives. My candle burns at both ends. It will not last the night, but are my friends and all my foes. Gives a lovely light. Oh. Thank you, friend. Your applause is deeply appreciated. Now we'll have the pictures. Does that warm you, cat?
Gilbert, what do you think you're doing in this alley?
Isn't it fairly obvious, officer? I'm making a fire.
Are you now?
Burning some love letters. Girl named Nora.
Nora, huh? Well, that's a good Irish name.
Shed the bluest eyes this side of heaven. I'll leave the ashes to you, officer.
Hey, by the saints, you're Harry Lime. Come back here.
So long.
Harry Lime returns in just a moment. And now, Harry Lime.
Goodbye for now. And remember what Ben Franklin said about honesty being the best policy. I wish I could. Just keep slipping my mind.
First, here's a mighty swell suggestion.
Kellogg's Pep!
Say, gang, you'll want to spread the news around to all your friends that you're collecting those slick new comic buttons that now come in packages of Kellogg's Pep. Because that's the only way they'll know you can trade duplicates with them. And you wouldn't want to miss out on that fun. You want to be sure you round out your collection of all 18 different buttons. Yep, that's 18 different comic strip characters, like Smitty and K.O. and Herbie and Superman, of course. And the best part is, you don't have to send in a single penny for these sharp, new comic buttons, not even a box top. Fact is, you can't buy them anywhere. But you can ask Mom to get you a package of that super delicious whole wheat flake cereal, Kellogg's Pep. Inside each package, there's a thrilling prize, one of these bright new comic buttons or a military insignia or warplane button. Remember, that's P-E-P, Pep, made by Kellogg's of Battle Creek.
Stay tuned to HOJO Radio.
And now, the Hall of Fantasy. Welcome to the Hall of Fantasy. Welcome to the series of radio dramas dedicated to the supernatural, the unusual, and the unknown. Come with me, my friends. We shall descend to the world of the unknown and forbidden, down to the depths where the veil of time is lifted, and the supernatural reigns as king. Come with me and listen to the tale of The Hangman's Rope.
Jim, it came from our right. We better take a look. Yeah. I hope nothing... Arnold! Huh? Look! Hanging from that tree, swinging back and forth. It's a man.
The Hall of Fantasy will present The Hangman's Rope in just a moment. And now for our story, an original tale of fantasy entitled The Hangman's Rope.
There is a legend, you know, a tale about the hangman. For 23 years, the executioner for the crown. Jack Ketch was his name, Governor. Jack Ketch.
I remember we were on our way back from the lake, Jim and Carol and I. And for some reason, we started back to the city later than usual. We hadn't been driving for more than half an hour when one of those sudden spring storms...
Now, where did that come from?
Someone said there might be a storm tonight, but I thought we'd be home before it broke.
Well, we'd better put the wipers on.
We started back too late tonight.
What was it that held us up, Jim?
I don't know. A lot of things. When I finally looked at my watch, I couldn't believe my eyes.
Yeah. Arnold, look out. There's a man right in front of the car.
You stay here, Carol. Come on, Arnie. We'd better take a look.
Yeah, right. We didn't hit him, did we?
I don't think so.
Now, why would someone be out in the middle of the road on a night like this?
There's a lot of crazy people in this world, Arnie.
He must have been one of them. Yeah, I'm getting soaked. Now, he was just about here. I can't understand. Jim, look.
Where?
There beside the tree.
I don't see anything.
I guess I was wrong. You know, for a minute I thought I saw someone hanging from that tree.
Oh, you must have been mistaken. You know, I can't figure this out, Arnie. That guy was out here on the road, right in front of us. I saw him just as plain as day. But now there's no one around.
Yeah. We'd better get back to the car.
Yeah, that's for sure. There's no sense looking back at that tree, Arnie. There's nothing back there.
I don't know. I thought I saw someone swinging there back and forth with a rope around his neck.
No, you couldn't have. Maybe it was some kind of optical illusion. It could have been a shadow or a branch or anything.
Yeah, that's right. Anything. Well, there's the car.
Oh, you two must like it out there in the rain.
Are you kidding?
No, I'm not. All the time that you were out there in the rain, the man you almost hit was talking to me.
What did you say?
You heard me.
Oh, now, sis, wait a minute. I looked back at the car a couple of times. I didn't see anyone talking to you.
Well, I don't know what's wrong with your eyes, then. I asked him if we couldn't give him a lift. And he said, no, he only had a little distance to go.
Carol, honey, this is the truth. We didn't see anyone near this car.
No. Look, I can prove it. He insisted I take this... Oh, that's strange.
What?
He was such an unusual man. Not American. He insisted that I accept a ring from him. Practically forced it on me. I put it in my pocket, and now it's gone. And in its place, there's a funny little piece of rope. Shaped like a hangman's noose.
I knew Carol wasn't lying to us. I asked her if she would let me have the little piece of rope. After I dropped them off at their place, I went home, took it out, and set it on the table. I can't explain it, but there was something about that rope which seemed old. It was made of hemp, the kind of rope you would imagine Jack Ketch might have used 250 years ago when he was the hangman. That night, as I slept, my sleep was troubled. In my dreams, there was a huge black gallows. I saw a man climbing the stairs to his death. He reached the top and stood there. Standing beside him was a black-hooded man. He raised his hand and the trap door sprung open. There was a scream. And then I saw this man swinging back and forth. His face was hidden from me, yet there was something strangely familiar about him. I felt as if I knew him quite well.
We'll return to the tale of the hangman's rope in just a moment. Back now to our tale of fantasy entitled The Hangman's Rope.
When I awoke from my dream, I couldn't get back to sleep. For in the black blankness of sleep, I had come into contact with death. As the morning approached, I fell into a nervous sleep. I was awakened. Hello?
Arnie, this is Carol. Could you meet Jim and me for lunch today?
What time?
About 1?
I hope you'll forgive me if I don't sound awake, Carol. I just couldn't sleep last night.
I didn't sleep either, Arnie. I'll see you at 1.
Then I guess I wasn't the only one who missed out on sleep last night, huh?
That's right. I don't know what it was, but I had the craziest dream. When I woke up, I couldn't get back to sleep.
But that's what happened to me, too.
What kind of dream was it, Carol?
Well, everything was dark and gloomy. I seemed to be watching an execution, an old-time execution, maybe 200 or 300 years old. A man walked up the steps of the gallows. Another man was there with a black hood over his head. He raised his arm. The trapdoor opened, and
the man swung back and forth, and there was something familiar about him. Isn't that right?
Yes, but how did you know?
Because my dream was the same as yours, sis. Exactly the same.
Jim's and my vacations were due the following week. We decided to spend it up at the lake, where his family had a cottage. Carol said she might be able to join us on the last weekend, but not before that. Jim and I left the following Friday night.
Well, I can certainly use this vacation. Maybe we can catch a few northerns this time, huh?
Maybe. Is your family going to come up here while we're there?
No. Carol will be up the last weekend, that's all.
Mm-hmm. Well, then I guess we'll have the place to ourselves, huh?
Yeah, I guess so. Hey, why are you stopping here?
Last Sunday night, this is where we stopped. I'm going to get out and take a look at the side of the road for a minute.
Oh, Arnie, why don't you forget about it?
I just want to check it, that's all. That's the tree, isn't it?
I think so.
On that limb. That's where I saw him hanging.
Oh, just thinking about it makes me nervous. Come on, let's go back to the car.
All right.
Carol said that while we were out of the car, she was talking to the fellow we saw.
If that's the case, I can't understand why we didn't see him, too. You know, Jim, there just wasn't enough time for him to get away from the car without our seeing him.
Unless what?
Unless he was never there.
Oh, but that could... Arnie! Look!
On the car seat. Another little piece of rope. Before I could stop him, Jim threw the little noose out into the darkness. A little piece of rope, an inanimate thing, coiled and twisted, which somehow seemed to be alive. We reached the cottage perhaps half an hour later, and though we were both disturbed by what had happened, still it didn't interfere with our sleep. The next day, we went out fishing early, had little luck, and were on our way back to the cottage when the woman who owned the property next door stopped us.
Good morning, Mr. Stanley.
Oh, good morning, Mrs. Bennett.
Out for the weekend?
Well, for the next 2 weeks. Oh, excuse me, Mrs. Bennett, this is Arnold Slade.
Pleased to meet you, Mr. Slade.
Well, thank you. Same here.
You must be that young man that Carol's going to marry.
Yes, that's right.
She'll make you a fine wife, Mr. Slade. Yes. The reason I stopped you, Mr. Stanley, is this.
Mm-hmm.
There's something strange going on out here.
Oh, what do you mean?
Well, the constable came by the other day and asked me if I'd seen any strangers here. A couple of people have died over on the other side of the lake. And the constable ain't been able to find out what happened.
How did these people die?
Well, that's what's so strange about it. Both of them were killed by hanging.
Hanging?
That's right. Old Mr. Taylor, who lived about a mile down by the shore, he was one of them, and he couldn't hardly walk. They found him swinging from a tree, but he was several feet off the ground, and nobody can figure out how he got up there.
What the woman had said frightened me. It seemed as if we were getting deeper and ever more deeply into something from which we would never be able to get away. That night, it was Saturday, Jim and I went out for a walk. It was a particularly dark night. The moon was obscured by clouds, and as we walked along, I could hear the chirping of many crickets, and occasionally a bullfrog's hoarse voice raised in protest.
Arnold, this thing has me worried.
In what way, Jim?
This whole thing. Last Sunday night and today when we stopped by the tree. And then what Mrs. Bennett told us.
I've been thinking about it, too.
Well, that's strange.
What?
The crickets have suddenly stopped. It's too quiet. Jim, it came from over there. We better take a look.
Yeah. It's too quiet, just as you said.
There must be something terribly wrong up here.
I hope nothing...
Arnold,
huh?
Look. Hanging from that tree, swinging back and forth. It's a man.
What are we going to do?
We better cut him down.
No. We'd better call the authorities first.
I guess you're right. Come on, Mrs. Bennett's got a phone. If we hurry, we may be able to get out a great deal of help to the authorities.
Jim, did you notice how high that branch was?
I saw it.
Yes? Why, Mr. Stanley, it's you.
Mrs. Bennett, may we use your phone?
Well, I suppose so. Come in.
Thanks. Thank you.
Look, it's in the other room.
Thanks.
What's the matter, Mr. Slade? It looks like something's happened to upset you two.
Well, it has. It certainly has.
Constable? Why, what's happened?
We were out for a walk.
Yes?
We heard a scream.
I think you'd better
We
get out
ran
here
to where
right away.
the scream had
We
come
found a
from,
dead
and
man hanging from a
we
tree.
found a man hanging from a tree.
That's right, hanging. Yes, we'll stay here at Mrs. Bennett's. Yeah, thanks.
Oh, what you're telling me the truth, young man?
That's the truth, ma'am.
Mr. Stanley, is what Mr. Slade told me the truth?
I'm afraid it is.
Oh, then no one is safe around here. I wonder who it was.
What difference does that make, Mrs. Bennett? A man's been murdered.
It makes a lot of difference, Mr. Slade. If it was Bill Roberts, then it was just like the other two. I saw him just the other day, and he said someone was playing a joke on him, that he'd been sent a little piece of rope shaped in the form of a noose.
You are listening to the tale of The Hangman's Rope on this week's journey down the corridors of the Hall of Fantasy. We'll return to our story in just a moment. And now, back to our story, entitled The Hangman's Rope.
A little piece of rope. Both Jim and I stared at each other for a moment. It might be coincidence. We knew that, but it was difficult trying to make ourselves believe that. About half an hour later, the constable arrived.
You two found him, that right, Mr. Stanley?
That's right. We were out taking a walk. We heard a scream, and then we found him.
Can't make heads nor tails out of this. 3 of them. 3 deaths in 2 weeks, all the same way. They all received a little piece of rope just before they died.
A little piece of rope.
Yeah, that's right. I say all 3. I ain't seen the body yet, but I have a pretty good idea who it is, Bill Roberts.
It's enough to make a person afraid of the dark, Constable.
Yeah, ain't it? Well, I want you two to take me to him.
I'll go, too.
No, you stay here. You stay off the phone.
Oh.
I don't want the rest of the people to hear anything about this, at least for the time being. Things are bad enough as it is. All right, come on, let's go. Now, remember what I said, Mrs. Bennett.
Don't you worry none, Constable.
I hope that woman stays off the phone. The whole county will be in an uproar if she doesn't.
Do you, have any idea who's behind these deaths?
No, I haven't.
Funny thing, he was up so high. I don't see how he could have gotten up there by himself.
I only wish I had something to work on. Well, we'll see if he's just like the others in a little while. How far away was he?
There he is, Constable.
I want to get a look at his face. Yeah. I was afraid of that.
Who is it?
Bill Roberts.
But how did he get up there?
Branch is 20 feet off the ground. It'd take an acrobat to climb that tree. Bill wasn't any acrobat.
Well, how did he get up there?
I don't know. 3 people received pieces of rope, and then a couple of weeks later, we find him hanging from a tree. You tell me the answer.
We cut him down, but it took almost an hour to get up on that branch to do it. We put him in the constable's car and drove him back to town. Before he left, we told him that we too had received the little gift, the noose of rope, which had been in 3 instances the forerunner of death. When we got back to the cottage, we had a bite to eat, and seeing as we weren't in the mood to sleep, we sat down to read. I picked up a little book I hadn't seen before and read it from cover to cover. It held an eerie fascination, and I wasn't able to put it down till the last page had been turned, the last word read. Jim? Where did you get this book? I don't know. I don't think I've ever seen it before. Why? It looks like a first edition of 200 years ago.
Let me see it.
Here.
A short history concerning the mysterious reappearance of Jack Ketch, the hangman who served as executioner for 23 years. I've never seen this book before.
Well, then how did it get here?
I don't know. Jack Ketch. Say, he was the hangman in England who took too much pleasure in his work, isn't that right?
I think so.
How much of this did you read?
All of it. It's not very long.
And
this is what I got out of it. Before he died, the book says he had made some kind of a pact with an evil power. It seems they actually do have a written copy of that agreement somewhere in England. And there's his signature. And an illegible scrawl that no one has ever been able to decipher. The pact promises life after death for him in exchange for certain services. Then the book says that year after year some rather mysterious deaths have occurred. They find the victims hanging from the branch of a tree almost impossible to climb. And the book also says that each of the murdered people received a little piece of rope before their deaths, identical to the ones Jack Ketch used as executioner. That is the warning of death to follow.
But that's impossible. The man's been dead for over 250 years.
That's right, he's dead. But the rest of the story, it's exactly the same thing that's happening to us. 2 days later, in late evening, the rest of the story unfolded. Jim had gone down to the store to pick up some cigarettes. I'd been down to the shore doing a little fly casting and had started back up to the cottage. I was surprised at how quickly night had fallen. I wished that I'd brought along a flashlight. From somewhere across the lake, I heard the cry of a dog, and the sound of it filtered through and was carried along by the night air. For some reason, I became unaccountably nervous. I stopped walking. I felt someone was watching me. Then from the darkness of the trees, a man emerged.
Here now. Where be you going?
Well, back up to my cottage. I was doing some fly casting till night came.
Any luck?
No. I'd better be going.
No need to hurry. Why? Nice out here, ain't it?
I suppose so.
Strange thing, you know. The little creatures, they stopped.
Little creatures?
That's right, Governor. Crickets and the frogs. They stopped talking.
Yes, they have.
You frightened me, Governor?
Of course not. What are you laughing at?
You wouldn't understand it, Governor.
Is that you down there, Mr. Slade?
Oh, yes, Mrs. Bennett.
Do you mind if I join you?
No, of course not.
Ah, good.
I'd better be gone, eh, Governor? I'll see you another time.
Who are you talking to?
I don't know. He just stepped out of the darkness, and there he was.
Well, I guess he's gone now.
Yes, I guess he is.
Where's Mr. Stanley?
He went down to pick up some cigarettes. He should be back soon.
Oh, well, the constable told me to tell you that he'd be out tonight.
Oh, thank you.
Would you mind walking me back to my place, Mr. Slade? It's rather frightening out here when it's this dark.
I'll be glad to.
That man you were talking to, what did he look like?
Well, I don't know. I couldn't see his face. He had an accent. It sounded like he might have come from London.
Wait a minute.
Huh?
I can't understand it. The crickets and frogs, they've been starting and stopping all night. They must be afraid of something.
Every time they stop...
What'd you say?
Every time they stop, something happens.
Arnold, where are you?
I'm walking Mrs. Bennett back to her cottage. Anything wrong?
No. I got back from the store and I was wondering where you were. It's just that I have a strange feeling that something is going to happen.
Let's go up to our place, Mrs. Bennett. Maybe the constable will want to see you, too.
That's a good idea. Land's sakes, Mr. Slade. The strangest things have been happening out here lately.
Arnold!
We'll be right there, Jim.
Well, there's someone up here now. I thought I went...
Jim!
Something's wrong, Mr. Slade.
I don't know. Jim? What's the matter? Answer me!
Mr. Slade, look! Oh, hanging from that tree. It's Mr. Stanley!
There is a legend, you know. A tale about the hangman. For 23 years, the executioner for the crown. Jack Ketch was his name, Governor. Jack Ketch.
So runs tonight's tale of the unusual, the terrifying, the unknown. Join us again when next we journey down the corridors of the Hall of Fantasy to hear another strange tale of the supernatural.
Oh, this miserable cold. And my sinuses.
Haven't you heard about Dristan? Dristan decongestant tablets for real relief from cold's misery and sinus congestion. Dristan is the revolutionary 3-layer tablet which for the first time makes it possible to unite certain medically proven ingredients into one fast-acting uncoated tablet. Dristan not only helps drain all 8 sinus cavities, critical areas of cold's infection, but circulating through the blood, Dristan's decongestant reaches all congested areas, shrinks all swollen membranes, relieves pressure and pain. An exclusive anti-allergent helps keep breathing passages dry and clear. Pain relievers reduce body aches, fever. Vitamin C helps build body resistance. This is Dristan. Today, Dristan is widely imitated. But the exclusive Dristan formula cannot be duplicated. There's nothing like Dristan decongestant tablets.
Keep it tuned right here to HOJO Radio for more classic old-time radio.
The Green Hornet. He hunts the biggest of all game, public enemies that even the G-men cannot reach. The Green Hornet. With his faithful valet Cato, Britt Reed, daring young publisher, matches wits with the underworld, risking his life that criminals and racketeers within the law may feel its weight by the sting of the Green Hornet. Ride with Britt Reed as he races toward another thrilling adventure. The Green Hornet strikes again. Hurry, Cato, here's where we smash a smuggling racket.
This is the customs office right here, Axford.
Golly, it's a big place, Lodi. What's all this courtyard for? They hold parades or something?
You lug, don't you know what a customs office is?
What are you trying to do? Make me out to be ignorant?
With you, that's not necessary. I can see the proof right before my eyes.
I ain't been a detective for nothing, Lodi.
The police department would give you an argument on that.
The customs office is where, well, golly, it's where the customs inspectors hang out.
Surprise, you do know something.
And if that ain't the answer, Holy crow, you mean I hit it right?
For you, it's a bullseye. The customs office is where people coming into the country make their declarations.
Declarations of independence?
No, you sap. Declarations of the stuff they're bringing into the country. Now, look, see that guy with the cap ahead of us?
Yeah?
Standing next to the truck?
Is he a customs officer?
Yep.
The guy with him is giving him some kind of argument, huh?
It looks that way.
Something snakes, Lodi. Look at that trunk. It's fell off the truck and got all smashed open.
Say, maybe there is some news here.
Huh?
Jonathan gave me this as a routine assignment because things were dull. But who knows? Maybe that guy's important enough to give us a story for the Sentinel. Come on, let's go over there and listen in.
This is outrageous.
I shall notify my government. I'm the vice consul for my country in this city. You have no right to inspect my luggage.
It was a mistake, Mr. Sneed.
You did it deliberately. Even a blind man could see the diplomatic seals on my baggage.
You brought in 8 trunks. That's a lot even for a diplomat.
I shall report this occurrence.
There's no harm done. We'll send your stuff to your home.
No harm? What is this trunk here? You deliberately let it smash open.
Okay, I did. As a matter of fact, Mr. Sneed, I wanted to see what was in that trunk.
This is an outrage.
There's been plenty of smuggling going on. Look at the contents of this trunk.
What of it?
Nothing in it but lace handkerchiefs. Imported lace. What are you doing with a trunk full of imported lace handkerchiefs?
You have no right to ask questions.
Yeah, I know. Diplomatic immunity.
Those handkerchiefs are for the consulate. I may give some away as gifts.
If you ask me, you're smuggling them in.
For the last time, you have no right to question me. I will lodge a protest against this. It will be
Hey, this is pretty expensive lace, isn't it?
How dare you?
Golly, look at all the decorations on it.
Give me that.
Hey, take it easy.
For the last time, I've had enough of this prying. Who are these two?
Search me.
We're reporters, mister. From the Daily Sentinel. Reporters, sir. There is no story here. Go back to your paper.
Golly, what's eating you?
This oaf.
Meaning me, Mr. Sneed?
You and no other. I am leaving. I'm going to the consulate, and I warn you. Unless these trunks are delivered at once, with none of the diplomatic seals tampered with, I shall see that you lose your job. Your government will pay damages for that broken trunk as well.
Holy crow, he's mad enough to chew nails.
Hey, what's all this talk about smuggling? Who is that guy?
His name's Sneed. He's a foreign diplomat. If you ask me, the guy's using his diplomatic job as a cover for smuggling.
Huh? What are you going to do?
Me? I can't do a thing. You heard him yelling about his immunity. Holy crow, you mean he's bringing in stuff without paying no duty? Yeah, but just try and pin it on him. I'll be lucky if he doesn't get my badge for this. You guys might as well go peddle your papers. I'm in hot water and up already.
Well, that's what I call reporting, Lowry. I send you out to cover a customs house. And what happens? I'm two-bit diplomat gets riled when a trunk busts. And you're told to go peddle your papers, and you go.
Sure, I went Gunnigan, because I had something better.
I see. You're too important for a little assignment like the customs house, eh? Wearing a balloon where your head ought to be, huh? Or is your work on the Daily Sentinel beginning to bore you, Lowry?
Oh, for Pete's sake, Gunnigan, give me a break. I tell you, I got something.
Yeah?
And maybe I can prove it right now.
Maybe. You better.
Casey. Hey, Casey.
Have you two finished your word battle?
Final round, Casey. Did you tell the boss we wanted to see him?
I don't see why Reed has to be...
It's my inning, Gunnigan. Well?
He said he'd be right out. Oh, here he is now.
Yes, what's this about?
Okay, Lowry. Give.
Boss, I swiped a handkerchief this afternoon. I
Good
want you...
grief, Lowry. Swipe.
See? Now he's a kleptomaniac.
Okay, then borrowed. But Sneed doesn't know I have it. Sneed? At the customs house. He's some half-pint vice consul. When Axford and I got there, he was having a terrific argument with one of the customs officials.
A diplomat shouldn't have to argue with the customs.
That's what he said. There was a busted trunk, and I took this handkerchief from it.
Gosh, that's a beauty.
This guy Sneed had a dozen trunks, and the one I saw was jammed full of lace hankies.
So, instead of a story, Lowry comes home with a lace hanky.
It's one of the loveliest I've ever seen. Well, what
Hey,
in
Casey, you don't have to grab it out of my hand.
Lowry, are you sure you're not pulling a gag?
Huh?
Are you sure this hanky didn't come from Creevy's?
Creevy's? The department store?
They've made a feature of imported lace handkerchiefs like this at a swell price.
Miss Case, you're sure they're the same as this one?
Mr. Reed, that's one thing a woman knows. Materials.
And you got this at the customs house, Lowry?
Out of Sneed's trunk, boss.
What is this, a memory test?
It's more than that, Gunnigan.
Huh?
Lowry said he had a story, and I believe he has. Right, Lowry?
Check, boss. I have the same idea about this guy Sneed that the customs official had.
Customs official?
And he didn't mince any words either. He told this guy off, even though it may mean his job.
Gosh, Mr. Reed, I smell a mouse.
Not a mouse, Casey. What you smell is a smuggling racket.
What?
Lowry, you're suggesting Sneed is smuggling these in?
He had plenty, and Casey saw him in that store.
Well, maybe you are a reporter.
But, Mr. Reed, the department store may have gotten the hankies some other way. Some honest way.
Why not? This guy hasn't got a corner on lace hankies.
What about the price, Miss Case? Did Creevy's offer them at a low price?
Yes, Mr. Reed. It was much cheaper than anywhere else.
It's a natural, boss. Creevy's is a big firm. They sell plenty of these things. Who's going to trace them?
Yeah, that's true, Lowry. It would be difficult.
Sure.
Larry, you missed your calling. You're not a reporter. You're an amateur sleuth.
What reporter isn't, Gunnigan?
Gosh, Mr. Reed, if this is true, think of the thousands of people that are buying smuggled goods.
And the thousands this guy Sneed is picking up.
Reed, can't you turn any place without running into a racket of some kind?
I'm afraid not, Gunnigan.
Every place you look, somebody is raking in the chips.
I'm doing it by stacking the cards.
Smuggling in lace. What can be done about it?
Can't Sneed be arrested?
Without proof, Casey?
Even with proof, Miss Case. Remember, Sneed is a foreigner in this country under diplomatic immunity. All the police could do is make him leave the country.
I see.
People who purchase these handkerchiefs will be out of luck.
Why?
For possessing smuggled goods, Casey.
Be a mess all around, Miss Case.
One thing gets me, boss. How does Sneed deliver this goods to the department store? Who's he working with?
Gunnigan Lowry dug this up. Can you keep him on it?
You think there's a story?
Perhaps.
Okay.
Where do I start? I got the police in on this. Give them the tip. Cover Sneed.
Make a temp, boss.
You find out who he's dealing with, there's something for the police.
And plenty for the Daily Sentinel.
Now, whatever you get, phone it in.
I'll have a rewrite man handy.
Sneed's going to have to move those goods fast, and the Sentinel wants to know how.
That evening, Britt Reed returned to his apartment and gave certain instructions to Cato, his valet and the only living man to know him as the Green Hornet.
You understand what I want, Cato?
Yes, Mr. Britt.
A chemical ink that'll be invisible for a certain period and then begin to show up. You can do that?
It's easy, Mr. Britt.
Lowry and Dax are with the police shadowing Sneed's home. Even if they have some idea about who's working with Sneed in this smuggling racket, they may be unable to get proof. And that puts it up to us.
You go out tonight?
Tonight, Cato, as the Green Hornet. Get down to the hiding place of the Black Beauty and start preparing the chemical. I'll join you as soon as I hear from Lowry.
Hello?
Boss,
Yes, Lowry, what is it?
I called Gunnigan. He said you left word to ring your apartment.
Will the police have any news?
Sneed's throwing a party, boss. Axford and Moran and I have been checking the guests.
Come on, get to the point.
Moran spotted one of the guests. Looks like our hunch was right.
Don't tell me Sneed's trying to move that lace now.
No, not yet, boss. But one of the guests was from the department store.
Was it Creevy himself?
Not Creevy, boss. Creevy's daughter.
Creevy's daughter? Oh, looks like you may have a story, Lowry.
If we get anything else, I'll give it to Gunnigan tomorrow.
Yes, do that. Good night.
Night, boss.
Creevy's daughter, huh? Yeah, if anyone could get goods smuggled into the department store, she could. I think I'll go to that party myself.
Britt Reed went through a sliding panel in the rear of his clothes press, then along a narrow passageway hidden within the wall of the apartment house, which led directly to the supposedly abandoned building where Cato's laboratory stood, next to the sleek, streamlined car of the Green Hornet.
Are you almost through with the chemical, Cato?
Yes, sir.
Here, pour it in this container as soon as you add the reagent.
I'm adding it now, Mr. Britt.
Your knowledge of chemistry comes in handy, Cato. Here, I'll hold the funnel. Now cap this container and put it in your pocket. You have the Hornet mask and the gun?
In the car.
I'll have the Black Beauty, Cato. We can't get too close to Sneed's place with the police watching. We'll leave the Black Beauty a little distance off and trust to the darkness to get in.
It's dangerous, Mr. Britt.
Now, Lowry called after you left the apartment. Sneed is having a party. One of the guests is Miss Creevy.
Creevy?
When she and Sneed start discussing the smuggled lace, there's going to be another guest present, Cato. An uninvited guest called the Green Hornet.
Ah, Miss Creevy.
Mr. Sneed, this is a lovely party.
I'm so glad that you enjoy it. Would you care to dance?
No, thanks. I'm rather tired. Can't we just, talk?
Surely, Miss Creevy. Here, through these doors. Now we can talk privately.
You brought in the lace?
8 large trunks crammed full. There was almost some difficulty.
What?
The blundering customs inspector let the trunks fall off the truck.
Does anyone suspect?
One of the trunks burst open. There was a snooping reporter present at the time.
He saw the lace?
Oh, I guess nothing. He doesn't suspect. I sent him away hurriedly. But we must be extremely cautious how we transfer the lace to your department store.
There's no trouble about that. This particular department happens to be my job at the store. You have the lace here?
Below in the basement. When will you pick it up?
Tomorrow night, midnight. I'll have the truck.
As usual, eh?
Yes, the back entrance.
We must be extremely careful.
Haven't we always? We got away with it before. We can do it again.
Fine, then. Tomorrow midnight. Now, perhaps it is best for us to return to the main room and mingle with the...
What's that?
Excitement from outside. Here, this way. Through the French windows.
I seen him, Moran. It was this way.
Hey, nothing wrong now, expert.
Who are these people?
He was running across the lawn.
Who are you? What do you want? Ain't you been seeing nobody around? What does this mean? I am having some people in. What is a disturbance?
Sorry, Mr. Sneed. Moran, police headquarters. There's been a prowler around your place.
A prowler?
Golly, lady, ain't doubting it. You can have him, Moran.
He must have got away, Lowry.
You are that reporter. Why are you here? Well, Holy crow, I'll tell you why we're hanging around, Sneed. It's on the
Never mind, expert. I said never mind. It's nothing, Mr. Sneed. We're just covering police news for the paper, that's all.
You've been prying, snooping around.
Sneed.
Huh? Oh, yeah. Yes, of course. You must forgive me. I'm a little disturbed.
So much excitement. Was it, a robber?
I guess so, lady. You've got a lot of jewels in that crowd.
Thank you very much for frightening this prowler away, Sergeant. If he has gone.
Sure he has.
Suffering snakes, we seen him too fast for him to try nothing. Whoever the crook was, he ain't hanging around. Not with Michael Axford to nab him.
Have you any idea who it was?
All we seen was the shadow, lady. Might have been any one of 100 crooks.
Sure, it's Holy mackerel.
Listen to that.
That strange buzzing. What is it?
There it goes, way down at the corner.
It's a car.
But it's going so fast. I never saw a car like that.
Well, take a good look while you can.
There's your prowler.
But who? Who? Holy crow, who do you think? That's the car of the Green Hornet.
The Green Hornet at Sneed's party. Has Britt Reed's plan gotten underway? Before the next exciting scenes of our Green Hornet adventure, please permit us to pause briefly. Green Hornet fans, please stand by for an important announcement. Next Thursday night, November 30th, the Green Hornet is going to inaugurate a new feature on this program when he calls into session for the first time on the air the Law and Order Roundtable, your forum of discussion on vicious rackets, the clever men behind them who victimize you and your neighbors, and what he thinks you can do to remedy the situation. Be sure to be on hand when the gavel sounds next Thursday night on this program and calls to order the first meeting of the Law and Order Roundtable. It's a feature for you and for every high-minded citizen in this great country of ours, and the Green Hornet's counting on you to be present. Now to continue our story. As the huge, streamlined black beauty sped away from Sneed's home through dark alleys, Britt Reed spoke briefly to Cato.
The time will be tomorrow night at midnight, Cato. I'll be ready, Mr. Smith. Fortunately, Axford didn't get a close look at me. He spotted me there at the window, but the mask in the darkness gave me a chance to warn you.
Just in time, Mr. Britt.
You got into the basement.
Yes, sir.
Were you able to mark the lace handkerchiefs with a chemical?
I stumped in.
You used that rubber stamp we found on Sneed's desk, is that right?
Yes.
Good. Even though we were interrupted, there was still time enough to mark plenty of the lace. You went through each trunk.
That's right.
And the stage is set, Cato. I'll be at the Daily Sentinel tomorrow during the day to keep checking what the police know. Tomorrow night, we'll see if we can trap these smugglers without trapping the Green Hornet.
Hey, Casey. Oh, golly, Casey, wait till I tell Reed.
Put the brakes on, expert. You'll go through the wall.
Casey, did anyone ever tell you about what a great detective I am?
You did, but I still don't believe it.
You will when you hear what I dug up.
The only thing you ever dug up was a garden.
It's news, Casey.
Go ahead. Convince me.
Suffering snakes, you don't take me serious. So help me, Hosanna. It's real news. News with a capital G.
Capital G? You big lug. News isn't spelled with a G.
Who said so?
Mr. Webster. That's his dictionary right there.
Never mind that. This here news does start with a G.
G for what?
G for Green Hornet, that's what. But it's excited.
Not anymore.
But Casey, didn't you hear me? The Green Hornet.
Axford, what time is it now?
Huh?
It's 4:00 in the afternoon.
Golly, what's that got to do with it?
Anyone else would have been calmed down by now.
What are you talking about?
The same thing you are.
I'm talking about the Green Hornet.
Just it. You've been talking about him ever since last night when you spotted his car at Sneed's place. But don't you realize that's old stuff by now?
Holy crow, Casey, I ain't talking about last night.
I can't figure out why you keep up. What?
It ain't about last night.
The Hornet's popped up again?
Sure he has. A telephone call to public headquarters. That's what I want to see Reed about.
Well, that's different.
Yes?
Axford's here, Mr. Reed.
Axford?
With a mouthful of news about the Green Hornet.
The Hornet? Late development?
He's champing at the bit with it. Does he go in?
Yes, send him right in, Miss Case. Now.
Okay, Axford, that's your signal. But not too fast. Mr. Reed has company.
Company?
Lowry and Gunnigan are in there.
Ah, them two.
Go up, Axford.
What do you mean?
You're going through that door. Open it first. It's easier.
Ah, you and your guys. Hey, Reed.
What's this about the Hornet, Axford?
It better be good. You're interrupting something.
I came right over from headquarters.
What's the scoop?
Reed, the Hornet's going to be over to Sneed's.
Well, I thought that was last night, Axford.
Summer snakes, I just finished going through that once with Casey. He's going to be there again.
Holy mackerel, boss. What's he after?
Well, there's the smuggling business.
Don't tell me the Hornet's interested in that.
Why not?
Reed, you seem mighty sure of yourself.
Do I?
What Lowry said, they're smuggling with a team of two, Sneed and Miss Creevy. Now you're ringing in the Hornet.
Well, he was there last night, Gunnigan.
Sure, we seen him.
So it seems logical to suppose he's concerned in some way with this racket.
Yeah, that's true.
Who took this phone call, Axford?
Over at headquarters, Reed. Moran took it. But he couldn't find out who was giving the tip-off.
Do we stand another watch, boss?
You do, Lowry.
The Sentinel can use a good story. Help circulation.
Golly, Reed, why don't you come along? It's going to be a lot of excitement.
Yes, perhaps I will, Axford. Perhaps I will.
I'm telling you, I've been in training. If I get near that green Hornet, I'll...
You'll do nothing. You guys remember one thing. You're newspaper men. Your business is getting the news. Leave the Green Hornet to the police. You get the story into the Daily Sentinel. What are you doing here, Casey? 8 o'clock. You closed up your typewriter long ago.
Didn't you know, Gunnigan? I wanted to go along with Axford and Lowry.
Oh, I get it. You couldn't be right on the scene, so you...
I'm staying here at the Sentinel to learn the news when they phone you.
Well, maybe a long wait, Casey.
I don't mind. I have my knitting.
Okay. We'll hold down the lobster shift together.
Holy crow, Moran, there's the clock hitting 9 already. Ain't we going out to nab the Hornet?
According to that phone call, we got 3 hours yet. You ought to provide softer benches for the working press. But this bench is hardwood.
Do you think Reed is going to be there tonight, Lowry?
I don't know, Axford. He said maybe. Your guess is as good as mine. All I hope is that the Hornet is there.
What do you say, Creevy? 10 o'clock?
It's too early. I'll give the order.
Joe's downstairs with a truck waiting.
Can he wait? We leave for Sneed's when I say so, not before.
Mr. Brett, 11 o'clock.
Yes, time for us to start moving, Cato. You understand what you're to do?
Yes, sir.
We'll use both cars tonight. You'll drive the Black Beauty. I'll take the small sedan. If I'm going to come in at the finish, I can't have Lowry and Axford wondering how I got there.
I understand.
I'll meet you at the entrance to the alley 2 blocks south of Sneed's place. Keep the Hornet mask and the gun and the Black Beauty with you so I can pick them up.
I have them.
The gun is loaded?
Yes.
That's all, Cato. Get going. Take the Black Beauty out of here. I'll meet you in a few minutes.
Okay, here's the squad car. Pile in.
Come on, Axford. Move those dogs.
We're going to Sneed's place now? Sure. I should have the police force. Step.
That you, Butch?
All set, Joe.
3 of us can sit up in front here.
Yeah.
Let's go.
We're going to pick up them laces, huh?
Get this bus rolling. Sneed's expecting us.
This is far enough, Cato.
Where are we, Mr. Brett?
In the alley behind Sneed's house. It's almost midnight. As soon as that truck pulls in here, we have to get busy.
Mr. Brett.
Yes, I hear it, Cato. A truck. That must be the one we're waiting for.
Listen up.
Give me the Hornet mask. Put yours on.
Yes, sir.
And the gun.
Here.
Remember, as soon as we're through here, we race for the Black Beauty fast. I hand you the mask and gun, get in the small sedan, and come back here. And make sure the Black Beauty gets away with you in it.
I understand.
Get back out of sight. The truck has no headlights on, but it's going to pass right by us. Act!
All clear.
Where's Sneed? He knows we're due.
Who's that? Is that you, Creevy?
You fool, turn out that basement light. It's glaring right at us.
So what difference? No one suspects that you were here for the smuggled goods, no?
Come on, cut the talk and let's get going.
Yeah, you amateur crooks give me a pain.
If you're talking about me,
Shut up. This ain't no time for argument. Butch and me'll get the stuff out. You stay at the wheel.
I stay at the wheel.
Yeah, them trunks is heavy.
I will open the back of the truck.
Yes.
Better take this.
A gun, in case there's some trouble.
Very well, but there will be no trouble. I shall watch from a little further down the alley.
Come on, we gotta grab them trunks and load them in.
As the two men worked fast, making a trip for each trunk, Britt Reed and Cato moved closer to Sneed, sticking to the shadows.
There. One more. Okay, Sneed. We'll be out of here in a minute.
I will watch. Those fools. What reason is there to keep a lookout? There is no one.
I'll take that gun.
Who are you?
A gun.
That mask. I've seen pictures of it. The Green Hornet.
We're going in that truck, Sneed.
No, what for?
Now, before your thugs return with that last trunk.
You cannot do this.
I don't.
You shoot. Gas. I cannot breathe.
They're coming.
Quick, give me a hand. Into the truck with him. Way back where it can't be seen. No, Cato. Hurry, time for us to get out of here.
Okay, heave it in. Slam the doors. All through, Sneed. That's the works. Hey, where is Sneed? I don't know. Yeah, he maybe don't like the dark. He's got my get. I'll go in and hurry him No up. time. Come on, we gotta get this stuff rolling around the front. All set, Miss Creevy. We can get moving.
Where's Sneed?
Come on. We ain't got no time for saying goodbye. We got the goods. Let's deliver it to your store.
But he always...
didn't this time. This stuff's hot. Come on. Yeah, step on it. It's 12 o'clock.
As soon as we get out of this alley, you better snap on the light so nobody won't suspect nothing.
As the huge truck rumbled out from the alley, the squad car carrying Moran with Lowry and Axford approached from the main street.
No sign of the Hornet yet. Harley, you think it was a false alarm, Moran? Hey, what's that truck doing coming out of that alley?
Whoever it is, Moran, it can't be the Hornet. He uses something a little faster than that.
Yeah, you're right. Are you going to look into that truck, Moran? What for?
What for? Holy mackerel, you dumb flatfoot. Don't forget what started this whole business.
Huh?
You're after smugglers as well as the Hornet. That alley is right behind Sneed's place.
Sneed? Hey, you're right. Holy crow, step on it. They're going around the corner.
We'll get them.
Hey, pull over there.
Get to the curb.
Crowd them in. They won't stop. Swing your wheel and smash into their fingers.
Hold on. Here we go.
What are you doing?
What's the idea, smashing it out? That's far enough. Don't none of you move. What's this? Hey, it's a squad car.
We've done nothing wrong.
It's Creevy, huh?
That's my name. What of it?
What have you got in this truck? It ain't nothing.
I'll tell you, it's lace.
Holy cow, you're admitting it. You're admitting you smuggled the stuff in with Sneed.
I know, Mr. Sneed, but I have nothing to do with smuggling. This charge is ridiculous. These lace goods are for the department store.
I'll say this for you, sister. You're a pretty smooth customer.
Go ahead, search the truck. You can't prove anything.
I think that's a fine idea, Sergeant. Why not do that?
Who's this mug? Reed, good gravy. Where did you come from?
Why, sedan, Axford. Parked right behind you. I saw the crash and came over.
Okay, you. Open up this truck. Hold the flashlight on it, Axford.
That's a gun the sergeant's holding. You'd be smarter to do as you're told.
Okay.
Those trunks are full of lace, but if you think you can pin anything on us, you're badly mistaken.
Help! Let me out. Sneed!
Well, this looks like quite a party.
I was gassed. The Hornet. Did you get the lace?
Shut up, you fool. These are police.
Police?
Yes, Sneed. Too bad your eyes were blinded by that flashlight.
I am innocent. I have nothing to do with this.
Nothing to do with what?
You can't make any of us talk by these third-degree methods. I tell you, those laces are mine by right, and you can't prove they've been smuggled in.
Hey, Reed, here's one of the handkerchiefs from the trunk. It sure looks like the ones we seen in Sneed's possession the other day.
What of it?
Let me see that, Axford. I'd like to... Well, Sergeant Moran, take a look at this.
Oh?
Holy mackerel. It's got Sneed's name written right across the corner.
Oh, my name?
Yes, right here.
But that's impossible. When I brought these handkerchiefs in, there were no names on them at all. And yet, that is my signature from my rubber stamp.
You fool.
Let me at that rat. No, you don't.
You've ruined everything.
Take it easy, Miss Creevy. It would have made no difference if Sneed hadn't talked.
I know better than that.
You'd have been sunk plenty. These signatures were all the proof any court would need.
Yes, the signatures. I do not understand.
Holy crow, Reed.
What is it?
Would you take a sniff at this handkerchief?
Whoever did it must have used invisible ink for those signatures.
Invisible ink?
Yes, you can tell by the characteristic odor. This was done with a chemical that doesn't begin to show up until 24 hours after it's applied.
Well, what do you know?
Invisible ink.
Golly, who was it? Come on, Sneed, spin it.
There's only one answer for that. It was the man who gassed me, the man who ruined our plans, the Green Hornet.
Sentinel XP paper! Police mass
have just heard the adventurer, the smuggler, signs his name. These exciting dramas originate in the studios of WXYZ, Detroit, and are sent to you each Thursday and Saturday at this same time. They are copyrighted features of the Green Hornet Incorporated. The events and characters in tonight's drama are fictitious. Any similarity to persons, living or dead, is purely coincidental. This is the National Broadcasting Company.
Being a Lux girl, Jean depended on a quick beauty pickup. A refreshing Lux soap beauty bath did the trick, she told me.
Well, now that their beauty soap is in big new bath size, a Lux soap bath is more luxurious than ever.
Well, I can't imagine a nicer bath soap, John. Wonderful creamy lather, even in hard water. And a lovely, delicate fragrance that lasts and lasts.
The Lux soap perfume is an exclusive blend, you know. It combines lily of the valley, lilac, carnation, and other delicate flower fragrances.
I'm sure every woman who tries the big new bath-size Lux toilet soap will love it.
Yes, that generous satin smooth bath cake is a good item to put at the head of your shopping list. Why not try the new bath-size Lux toilet soap tomorrow? It's another fine product of Lever Brothers Company.
Thanks for listening to HOJO Radio. We'll be back again very soon.